Will the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee come to order? The time is now 9 a.m. If everyone can please silence their cell phones or any noise-making devices, that will help our cause. In accordance with the Sunshine Law, for members, if you are not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today, except for minors, do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. My name is Tamara Paulton, and I'll be your chair for today's DRIP committee meeting. And with us today, we have Committee Vice Chair Nohelani U'u Hodgins. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
And we also have Committee Member Kawanoi Batangan. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka kako.
And we also have Committee Member Tom Cook. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka. And there's currently no testifiers in the KA Regional Office.
Thank you. And online, we have Committee Member Gabe Johnson. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha and good morning, Chair, Council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone in my workspace, ready to work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we have Committee Member Alice Lee. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kako. I'm alone in my workspace with my little feisty little cat named Jill.
Aloha, Jill. And we also have Committee Member Keani Rollins Fernandez. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. My Molokai Nui Ahina. I'm at my private residence, alone here, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. And we also have Committee Member Shane Sinensi. Aloha kakahiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair. If someone could let me in the meeting, thank you.
Apologies, Member Sinensi. It looks like you're in the meeting, but I can come over to assist.
Thank you. And I'm not sure where Member Sugimura is, but she might be on her way or not. Not sure. Anyways, moving on. This meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee of the Maui County Council is located on the traditional Aina of Kanaka Oiwi, who never ceded their sovereignty to the United States. We recognize that Her Majesty Queen Liliuokalani yielded the Hawaiian Kingdom to the U.S. in duress under threat of violence to avoid the bloodshed of her people. We further recognize that Hawaii remains an illegally occupied nation state by the U.S. as documented in a 2021 scholarly article for the National Lawyers Guild Review by Andrew Reed, adjunct professor of law at the University of Denver Sturm College of Law. Generations of Kanaka Maoli and their knowledge systems have sustainably cared for Hawaii and continue to do so. We are grateful to occupy this space and learn the ways in which we can contribute. As a committee, we seek to support the varied strategies that the indigenous peoples of Hawaii are using to protect their land and their communities and commit to dedicating time and resources to working in solidarity. From the administration today, as resources, we have Communications Coordinator from the Department of Fire and Public Safety, Paul McLeod, for DRIP 21. Assistant Chief of the Department of Police, Joy Medeiros, for DRIP 99. Prosecuting Attorney, Andrew Martin from the Department of Prosecuting Attorney. Chad Kumagai, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney from the Department of Prosecuting Attorney. Deputy Corporation Counsels, we have 3 today, because we're that special, I guess. We got Mr. Mike Hopper, overall, Mr. Tom Colby for the social host liability, and Miss Christy Trenholm for the fire department donation item. Other resources that we have available are Elizabeth Gregg, FirstNet Solutions Consultant, AT&T, and that's for DRIP 21. Members, without objection, I will designate Ms. Gregg as a resource person under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council. Ms. Gregg has worked with the Department of Fire and Public Safety as the FirstNet representative to improve the county's cellular capability and broadband coverage during major incidents. Thank you. Our committee staff today, we have Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier, Legislative Analysts Jarrett Pasquale and Keone Hurdle, Legislative Attorney Carla Nakata, and Assistant Clerk Jean Pokipala. So we're gonna be spending the day together. Thank you, folks. Our first agenda has 2 items that will be for decision making. That's why we kind of split the agenda up into decision making and presentations. So DRIP 21 is a resolution 26.5 authorizing acceptance of a donation of compact rapid deployable towers from STComs Inc. for use by the Department of Fire and Public Safety, and DRIP 9 is about the social host liability, which we may vote on the February 6th council agenda. We will take testimony after any opening remarks or presentations. For resolution 26-5, this is acceptance of a donation. A letter was sent to the Department of Fire and Public Safety with questions relating to the resolution and agreement attached as Exhibit 1. My understanding is that the fire department does have the answers. They haven't been signed off by the mayor, but I think they have been transmitted. The committee's question letter can be found under Granicus number 3. The resolution characterizes the donation as the use of the CRDs for 1 year. The agreement attached to the resolution does not donate the equipment outright, and the county is responsible to return the equipment in the same condition. I do want to note that the council has no authority to approve or execute contracts of this nature. So what we're being asked to review is strictly the acceptance of a donation that is expected to exceed the value of $750. But in making the decision whether or not to accept it, it is important what we're agreeing to, like what kind of commitments and financial requirements there is. Like, you know, I think the equipment needs to be stored maybe in a climate control place and cannot be damaged, but we can get into that later. Mr. McLeod, do you have any opening comments, or anyone from the Department of Fire and Public Safety?
Good morning, Council. This is Paul McLeod from Maui Fire and Public Safety, and I am in my room by myself. Chief Parker is also on the line. He's our Fire 3, our operations chief, and as you said, Liz Gregg is here from AT&T FirstNet. Yes, I first do want to say that this is a donation, but not really. We are being loaned this equipment for use in case of an emergency. We hope to never use the equipment at all and just have it stored in our warehouse. It did talk about 2 towers. Towers. It's maybe, I don't know, may seem like a little bit large of equipment for you. The largest piece of equipment, and we have one of those that will stay on the island of Maui, is about the size of a golf cart. And it can be hooked to the back of a pickup truck based on a hitch on the back and transported wherever it goes. The other equipment that we'll be sending to Molokai and Lanai are basically 2 suitcase sizes. They're maybe carry-on suitcase that can just get opened up and deployed. Now, certainly the ones on Lanai and Molokai, those are called compact rapid deployables, and they have a smaller footprint when you open them up. But about a mile, I think, is the diameter of the cell signal you'd get on that, and the one that'll stay here on Maui that's a little bigger. It's about 2 mile of the diameter for that. And like I said, I hope we never use them. We are planning on testing them as we need to. Maintenance can be done by the AT&T tech, FirstNet tech that is on the island. It would not be a Maui fire personnel that takes care of those. We would be responsible for, if we've been asked to use them, we have to have them out the door within an hour, which having that located centrally here on Maui, that's not an issue at all. We have plenty of vehicles that can hook it up to the back of their pickup truck and take it wherever it needs to go. It would be very much a disaster-related experience that we would need to use these. Cell service would have to be down in the area, or would need to be someplace where there's no cell service to begin with, and then it just goes off satellite communications at that point. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name earlier. Is Miss Gregg in the room with you?
She is not. She is on the line, on a different line.
Oh, okay. Miss Gregg, did you have any opening comments you wanted to share with the committee before we open up for public testimony?
No, I think that Mr. McLeod actually did a fine explanation of what the devices are. I'm just really here to support if you have any technical questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll now move on to public testimony for DRIP 21. Is there anyone?
We have 2 individuals signed up currently.
Okay. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Testifiers wanting to provide oral testimony should join the online meeting via the Microsoft Teams link provided on today's agenda, or call into the phone number which is also on today's agenda. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the Raise Your Hand button near the top of your right screen. For those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your time to testify. At that time, staff will also enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name on Microsoft Teams appears as the name you prefer to be referred to as, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you are in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes. If you are still testifying beyond that time, I will kindly ask you to please complete your testimony. Once you are done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can review the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. At this time, staff will call on testifiers wishing to testify on DRIP 21.
Thank you, Chair. The first individual to testify is Don Adam James in the chamber, to be followed by Jim Langford.
Is there a Don James?
Yeah.
In the
Don
chamber?
Adam James.
Don Adam James? Okay, we can circle back. Maybe they're using the facilities.
Okay, then our next testifier is Jim Langford on Teams.
Aloha committee.
Aloha.
Don Adam James, that feels like one of my nicknames growing up. No, I'm kidding. So I just wanted to find out in this testimony, or hopefully today, if the fire folks could say like why this equipment is better than what was used in the actual wildfires, or what was presented to them, and how their process of having to maybe say no to certain equipment and yes to this equipment worked out. What was the process, and any external pressures that they may have had that could help the public understand how this decision around disaster funds was made. So the reason I'm asking is as a resident and concerned with expertise in this field. So thank you, and I hope you guys have a lovely day. I'll see you in the next one, definitely.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We'll circle back around to Don Adam James.
Sorry, Chair, it looks like he wants to testify on a later item.
Oh, later
So,
item.
that's all the individuals signed up right now, so we'll do a last call for this item. If anyone would like to testify, please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams and you'll be unmuted. I'll provide a brief countdown. The count is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you, members. Without objection, I will now close public testimony for that first item. I would like to open the floor for discussion. I propose a couple rounds of questions. Each member can have up to 3 minutes. If we need additional rounds, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. I did not see the answers uploaded to the questions that we asked, but I believe there are answers. Maybe they couldn't transmit them because we're still waiting on the mayor's signature. But if you were interested in the answer to the questions that we sent them, they should have it verbally. So you can use those or ask your own questions. And if there's no objection, I would like to start with our committee vice chair, Uu Hodgins, and then we can go to member Senenci and back around.
Thank you, Chair. This is for Mr. McLeod. I understand that this is for 1 year. So are we planning on continuing this service after a year? And if so, how much is that gonna cost?
Thank you for your question. We will use this as long as the offer is available from AT&T FirstNet. It is a great service that we'll use in an emergency. It'll allow communications to happen between our members and some public that are out there where there's no communications. It does not cost us anything if we don't use it.
Okay.
If we do use it, the plan would be to use fire personnel such as myself to go out and set it up so it would be part of my normal job responsibilities.
Okay. And then if for whatever reason it's damaged, because I understand we have to return it in the way that we are being gifted it, how much does it cost to replace or maintain it if it's damaged?
I'm going to have to ask Liz to answer that question for us. I'm sure there would be some sort of normal wear and tear if we do have to use it.
Okay.
Ms. Craig?
Yeah, so the devices themselves, the mini CRDs, they run $34,999. The CRD is $98,999. We deploy these across the U.S. all the time for servicing, and the likelihood that it would be damaged, I'm not certain what that would be, but we've not ran into that here locally yet.
Okay.
So it may be dependent upon whether it's just a piece of it or if it's the entire unit itself.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess, Chair, I'd assume that soon we would have the mayor's signature and then we'll get the letter from fire transmitted to us and posted online soon.
Yeah, I believe that's the plan. Staff, can you verify that?
Thank you, Chair. In talking with the Department of Fire and Public Safety, they said that they would be transmitting it to us either later this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'll just read the answers when it comes in. Those are my more pressing questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Senenci?
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, the donation is just for 1 year. But it could extend, should we continue to use it? Is that what you said?
Ms. Gregg or Mr. McLeod, do you know the answer to that?
The current plan is to have the loan be for a year, and if we need to continue to use it, it would be. I'm sure at some point AT&T FirstNet will come up with a better device. You know, just like you replace your cell phone every couple of years, we would probably do the same with this type of equipment.
Okay, thank you. Good Chair.
Okay. Member Batangan, any questions for any of our resources?
Thank you, Chair. I guess a lot of mine are written, so this is a little awkward. Can I ask, does the donation or the offer on the table require the county to purchase any specialized equipment that can only be provided by the entity donating the towers? Like, are they giving us towers that can only be that certain cell phones can only work with?
Mr. McLeod or Miss Gregg? Will we need to
I'll
purchase?
start and then I'll
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll start and then I'll allow Ms. Gregg to continue. We currently have some FirstNet capable devices that we have purchased through the FirstNet program. Each one of our apparatus has an iPad that is FirstNet capable, and a lot of our battalion chiefs and our chiefs currently use the FirstNet devices.
Okay, thank you. After the fire, one of the biggest issues that we had in response, so the immediate aftermath, was communications out to the west side because communications were down. Is this technology meant to allow for communications in an event like that? Like, I'm not clear on why regular cell phone use was down on the west side of the island, but I'm assuming that this technology is meant to circumvent that.
I think the infrastructure burned up, the cell towers and the fiber lines burned up. But is this meant for like a fire situation, either Mr. McLeod or Ms. Gregg?
You are correct. It is meant for this type of situation. It's a standalone unit that has its own power, a generator that goes with it, and it can make a bubble of cell phone service that's either 2 miles or 1 mile in diameter based on which unit that we have. That just allows somebody within that bubble to make a phone call. It doesn't mean that they can only make a phone call within that 1 mile bubble. They can call, it's through a satellite signal at that point.
Thank you.
And it would be it'd be much faster to get this out now that we have it here on the island. Like I said, the agreement with AT&T FirstNet is to have it out the door within an hour. So based on how far they have to go, we could easily have it there within 2 hours, and the setup is very quick.
Thank you. So is there a countywide plan to have deployable communication services? Because I understand that this is for the use of the fire department, but wouldn't we want MEMA and the police to also have this kind of capability?
Mr. McLeod?
This capability is just in our hands to be used by anybody that can ask for it. I believe the police already have some compact rapid deployables. I'm not sure if MEMA has those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Charlie?
Just checking if there are several different types of systems that are being used already by county agencies. Like, is MEMA using one type, the fire department another type, the police department another type, Office of Recovery another type?
Ms. Gregg, if you know, or Mr. McLeod? Or
I can speak to that to some degree. So the first responders on the island, many of them, MEMA, fire, and PD, are utilizing FirstNet services. FirstNet is, we're leasing that spectrum from the federal government. It's part of the nationwide public safety broadband network. And any of those first responders or even county agencies that sign up for FirstNet and have a FirstNet SIM, they would be able to utilize these devices. So if PD has an incident and there's no coverage in that area, they can then reach out to fire and ask that that deployable be taken to that location so that they would then have coverage in that area. The one thing to note is that based on FCC rulings, we have to process all 911 calls. So in a situation where the network may have gone down and we have deployed this, any citizen who's not on a FirstNet SIM or utilizing band 14 can still process and make a 911 call.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like you have a really good product, but it sounds like our county is not exactly organized, and doesn't seem to be central coordination on this effort. Thank you.
Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so some of my questions were also asked and answered, and some were also written, but I'll add to this one. I'm really excited that Lanai and Molokai will have. I wonder who's going to be in charge of it. Is it going to be at the fire station? Is it going to be at MEMA, or where will it be on island?
Mr. McLeod?
Thank you. It's a great question. We will be storing them centrally at the fire station. It'll be at Lanai Fire Station, and then on Molokai, Kawanakakai Station, we'll be housing it.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarity. The idea that it's a mile bubble, well, Lanai City itself is about a mile long, so that sounds like great coverage for us. Okay, so, the phone part of it, the communication part of it, I understand, but I'm curious of what the capacity is for these type of devices. Can we have online meetings? Will it be able to hold can we have an online meeting, or is it the ping and the latency? Is that going to only allow for phone calls? That's my question.
Shoot.
So it does take care of both voice and data, just keeping in mind that on the CRD itself, we're using one satellite resource for that. And then it's through Expedition. And then for the mini CRDs, they're actually utilizing Starlinks. So the Starlinks could actually be used, I would say, in a more friendly manner for Teams meetings.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So if it connects to Starlink, it could host an online meeting. It has the bandwidth, it has the capacity, the ping and the latency is all able to do it.
That's correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Hello, everyone. Mahalo for being with us today. Mahalo to my colleagues for asking great questions. All right. So I think I just have two questions. My first question was how was FirstNet chosen? Was it chosen by the county, or did they did FirstNet come to us?
Either Ms. Gregg or Mr. McLeod. Or Ms. Trenholm, I guess.
I'm sorry, are you referring to the actual devices, the CRD and the mini CRD, or are you talking about FirstNet services?
I guess, well, is FirstNet the only service that provides this service? No, right?
So, yes. So we, as in AT&T, we have a contract with the FirstNet the First Responder Network Authority. And we have a 25-year contract, and the band 14 that we lease from them, that's part of the nationwide public safety broadband network. So we've been trying throughout the state to improve disaster response. And so we recently, during after the fire, we brought in what we call our satellite cell on wheels. And those have a much larger footprint. But these smaller deployables are very convenient so that you can take it with you when you need it. And so we actually reached out to the Maui Fire to see if they would be willing to host these devices on our behalf.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. And
You're
the larger ones that you're referring to were the ones that were set up at the right before Kiawe Street, where the bypass is?
Correct.
Those towers, yeah.
Yeah.
Because there were several.
Yes, all the carriers brought cell on wheels in, yes.
Right. Okay. Mahalo. And then if it is deployed and used, how would the county pay? Is it like per day, per month?
There's no cost. So part of the program, these deployables are part of our program. And so like when we bring out our SAT, the cell on wheels, or bring out a CRD or a mini CRD, there is no cost. There's no rental fee. There's no monthly fee. There is no cost to the first responders.
Okay. I know we pay at some point. What do we pay for? We pay for a service, right? Or something.
So the different agencies or departments, they can purchase FirstNet services, right? It's voice data, just like you would for any cell service. But when we do these deployables, it's part of our program. There is no cost associated to the first responders or the county.
All right. Mahalo for that clarification. Appreciate it. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. My question possibly to the fire department, what type of security is for the units when they're set up? And is there any potential liability to the county for theft?
The units would be close to where our personnel would be. I think if we're using the compact CRDs, our battalion chiefs would be in charge of them, and it would be right next to their vehicle. The battalion chief would not leave without that item there. The larger CRD, like I said, it would have to be stowed back into position and then put on a trailer hitch and taken away. There's never a zero threat that it will be stolen, but I would think the threat would be severely limited. Of course, the scene where they're at is going to be restricted to just fire personnel and police personnel. It'd be an emergency response scene.
Thank you, sir. That answers my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. For my opportunity in the resolution itself, the number 3, be it resolved, my question is if you can confirm the name Tia Boileau, or Boileau, in the resolution is correct. On the Nevada Business Portal, Silver Flume, Etia Lovero is the president and director of ST Comms Inc. So just wanted to verify what name you wanted on the resolution.
We would need Boileau changed to be the name. She legally changed her name between the time. So Boileau is her new legal name.
Oh, so Boileau is what it should be. Keep it like that.
Correct.
Okay, good. And then I guess the other question I had, like these compact, rapid deployable towers, I know I think we authorized the purchase of some Starlink in a previous budget. What is the difference? Like, why would we want this technology rather than utilizing Starlinks that we have?
In emergency situations, you can never have too much communication. If you've ever had a Starlink before, you know at some point they get maxed out with the amount of data. The compact rapid deployables also use Starlink. So we would have multiple Starlinks at the location so people could connect to them. We could have one that's just specifically for fire personnel, and then another one that could be used for other personnel that are on site. So it's just a redundant situation, and it's just, like I said, being in the comms world, you can never have too much communication.
Yeah, I agree. I lived through that. Go ahead.
I would like to add on to that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the Band 14 that we utilize for the FirstNet network, we provide first responders priority and preemption. So that, because there is an actual cell radio tower in that, each of these systems, so they're getting priority on that network. So priority gets them onto the network, and preemption keeps them having all that bandwidth to just those who have a FirstNet SIM. So it's different than having a regular cell site where everybody gets to use it. We do provide priority and preemption on all of our cell towers to first responders or those using FirstNet services. But the band 14 radio in these devices would give them priority on the network. It's above and beyond what a Starlink would give you.
Got it, got it. And is there a max capacity for the CRD? Like, I know they said no gaming, no live streaming on the emergency Starlink deployment. Is there limits to the entirety of the bandwidth on these CRDs? Not that our first responders would be gaming or anything, just clarifying.
Right. There is a limited amount of devices that can actually attach, and I apologize, I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I can get that over to the fire department and they can pass that along to you.
Okay, awesome. Members, does anyone have need for a second round? Is there more questions from our members? I'll go with Member Sinenci and then Mr. Batangan.
Not so much a question, Chair, but maybe send an inquiry of MEMA if this is something that they would consider.
Okay, we can send an inquiry to MIMA.
Thank you.
Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any additional questions of my own, but I'd like to ask for a verbal response to the written questions. Since the written responses are going to be coming later in the afternoon, I'd like them before we take any action.
Sure thing. Mr. McLeod, do you have the written responses that you can read to us for the questions on the Granicus item number 3?
I do have the responses that Chief Ventura produced. Is there a certain question you'd like to see the answer to, or you just want me to go through all 6 of them?
Any ones that haven't previously been answered through the first round of questions, please.
Okay. Let's see. Of course, we talked about increasing the communications, and FirstNet was recommended by the 2023 Wildfire After Action Report. That's part of the reason that we've gone to FirstNet more for solely for any cellular devices that we've purchased in the past year. The department does not require any additional personnel to manage the equipment. The cost will be part of their normal salary. Deployment of these assets will occur only as an as-needed basis and, God willing, not ever needed. During disaster-related incidents, our department personnel, such as myself, would be able to deploy them along with FirstNet personnel. I believe that FirstNet has a technician on the island of Maui. And let's see, the last question was any additional information, and I think Ms. Gregg talked about this, but it was First Responder Network. The FirstNet Authority is an independent U.S. government agency within the Department of Commerce, established by Commerce in 2012 following the 9/11 attacks. It oversees the deployment, operation, and the nationwide public service broadband network, providing dedicated, high-speed, and secure communications to first responders. During a disaster, when cell service is compromised or overwhelmed, priority will be given to the emergency responders to communicate, and that's part of the main reason why we would have these devices. And I know you asked about MEMA. These devices are not just for Maui Fire. It's being stored at Maui Fire's location, and we will be able, anybody can ask for these devices. Even an individual can go through the FirstNet Authority to ask for these devices to be deployed, and part of our responsibility would be to get that phone call from somebody and then deploy the devices out there.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we're all good. No further questions from the members. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion to recommend adoption of Resolution 26-5.
So moved.
Moved by Member Sinenci, second by Member Hodgins. The chair will also entertain a motion to replace Resolution 26-5 with the proposed CD1 version attached to the amendment summary form distributed at today's meeting. It's been moved by Member Sinensi and second by Member Hodgins to replace Resolution 26-5 with the proposed CD1 version attached to the amendment summary form that has been distributed. The proposed CD1 version makes explicit that the donation is for the use for 1 year of the specialized communication equipment. It clarifies that the resolution's purpose is to accept the use donation only, not to imply consent to the terms and conditions of the agreement attached as Exhibit 1. It also incorporates non-substantive revisions for clarity, consistency, and style. The donation resolution contains an attached agreement with terms and conditions that the council does not have authority over. The proposed CD1 version clarifies that the council's only role in the resolution is to approve the donated use. To alleviate confusion, the proposed CD1 version states that adoption of the resolution does not imply consent to the attached agreements, terms, and conditions. Any discussion, members? Member Batangan.
Chair, I don't have a copy of that CD1. Can I get
Oh.
a version of it, please?
Chair, I'll be sending out an electronic copy to the members' emails as well. Thanks.
Okay. He can have mine if there wasn't enough. Oh, it's coming. Members online, has the emailed electronic copy reached your folks' inboxes? Any discussions? Are we ready to vote on the replaced CD1 version? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Okay. and
Chair, you
then-
have 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Member Sukimura, motion passes.
Thank you. Now the vote on the main motion as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Chair, again, 8 ayes, 0 noes, 1 excused. Member Sukimura, motion passes.
Thanks, guys. Good work. The next item on today's first agenda is DRIP 99, the social host liability. This item came up in the annual review. We received copies of letters previously sent by Vice Chair Nohe Hodgins when she was the chair of the GREAT Committee to the chief and his response. And so it was put on last council agenda and left on the table. So this is a 7B presentation. There will be no vote today. The vote will be on the next council agenda, but this is where we can do any work on it if we need to. So no legislative action will be taken today. So Chapter 9.40 Maui County Code went into effect on September 1st, 2021 under Ordinance 5174. Code Section 9.40.070 requires the council to review this chapter every 2 years and the Department of Police to provide an annual report on the chapter's status. We may have missed some of those 2-year reviews with the fire and the COVID and all the things. However, the Department of Police has expressed concerns about administering this chapter as noted in the informational document dated January 22nd, 2026. It's Granicus number 2 on this item. In light of the police concerns, Bill 17, 2026 was introduced to repeal Chapter 9.40, but was tabled at the January 23rd council meeting so that we can hold this discussion today first. A copy of the bill is under Granicus number 1. We can receive any opening comments or presentations if anyone wants to. We have Mr. Colby specifically as the Deputy Corporation Counsel on this. We have, it looks like we have Chief and Deputy Chief here too, and we have Mr. Kumagai. So if anyone would like to give any opening comments prior to us opening it up for public testimony, now would be the time. Sure. And we do have a second agenda meeting at 10 o'clock. We may be going a little bit over, so it may start a little bit late, but that is allowed. We'll move this along as much as we can. So in your lineup on the far left, we have Mr. Colby from the Corporation Counsel, Chief Pelletier, First Deputy or Assistant Chief Wade Maeda, Mr. Hopper, and Mr. Kumagai. It's not required to give opening comments, but if you would like to, this would be your opportunity.
Chair, maybe I'll go first. This is Deputy Corporation Counsel Tom Colby. This is a 7B presentation, and I understand you've already indicated that the police chief has raised some concerns through correspondence with the applicable ordinance, and I would just ask that if we're going to have any kind of discussion about the constitutionality of provisions, that be done in an executive session. Thank you.
So members, if you need to know why the chief has issues with the constitutionality, we'll need to go to executive session because we don't want to broadcast how to sue us. Chief, did you have any opening comments you'd like to provide?
Yes. I just would like to say that this was passed over 5 years ago, and it was very well intended, and we have recently spoken with Hawaii HI5, Rick Collins specifically, and we honestly, from a department, believe that we've got a great relationship with that organization, and the goals are very similar. They're very much aligned, and we want to make sure that we can be as effective as possible. There is a criminal statute in place that accomplishes very much what the desire of the social host ordinance is. It makes it a misdemeanor, and that is what the police department will be enforcing, is the criminal law on this. That is the goal. We want to make sure that we reduce fatalities from DUI, whether it's liquor or other narcotics that can impair an individual, as well as when those things are provided to minors. There are some issues with that, and obviously if those have to come up, they'll come up at a different time. We would ask that this be repealed. It has never been in effect. There's never been one instance of us actually using this. And to that end, we want to just make sure that we do everything we can to provide public safety and to do it the right way. So I want to thank, again, HI5, and one of the things that we had talked about doing is continuing the relationship, but as we look to the graduations that are taking place, concepts like Project Grad, Arrive Alive, those different things that you see the messaging, we're going to work at doing that here coming up, and we have some I think some very good ideas to do that. So we appreciate the intent, but what we want to do is we want to make sure that we do this the right way. And for many years, you've heard me, you want to do it fast, you want to do it right. We just want to do it right. Thank you.
Mr. Kumagai, did you want to give any opening comments?
Thank you, Chair. Is this on?
It's on.
I'm just here to opine on the constitutionality of the statute, so I'll save any comments for the executive session unless there's questions.
Okay, sounds good. At this time, I'd like to open it up for public testimony on DRIP 9 Are there any individuals sign up to testify?
Thank you, Chair. Our first testifier is Rick Collins in the chamber, to be followed by Jim Langford on Teams.
Good morning, Chair Paulton and members of the committee. My name is Rick Collins, and I am here as the director of the Maui Coalition for Drug-Free Youth, which is a program under the Hawaii Pacific, what am I talking about? Hawaii Public Health Institute. I need more coffee. I'm here today, obviously, speaking on behalf of the Hawaii Public Health Institute and of the coalition. So I want to begin by emphasizing the original intent of the social host liability law, and that is deterrence. This law was designed to prevent and reduce underage drinking, house parties, and the very real harms associated with that. Oh my gosh, I need my glasses. And really what we were doing is trying to prevent those harms before they occur. These harms include things like alcohol poisoning, impaired driving, things that the chief had talked about, the use of narcotics at some of these parties, violence, long-term impacts on the young people's health and lives and brain development for that matter. The goal of the law was not punishment for punishment's sake, but prevention. We've carefully reviewed the legal concerns raised by the chief of police, and we obtained an independent legal analysis of his concerns. And based on that analysis, we believe that the civil social host liability law is legal and enforceable in its current form. That said, we acknowledge the concerns that have been raised and believe they merit thoughtful discussion and problem solving. While we're disappointed by the council's stated intent to repeal this law and we ultimately oppose repealing the law, we remain hopeful. We strongly believe there's an opportunity to work collaboratively with the council and with the Maui Police Department to implement strategies that will provide the strongest possible deterrence to underage drinking house parties. In fact, we've already begun, as the chief said in his opening words, active conversation with his department and his assistant chiefs and staff. And there's been several important strategies that we've tossed around that I think we'll be implementing. One is the possible adoption of some sort of county resolution to really clarify the intent and support of deterrence in preventing these house parties from occurring where underage drinking and the harms associated with that occur. A broad proactive media and public awareness campaign that really helps to bring awareness to parents and young people about the harms of these and to prevent them. And lastly, continued exploration on legislative options that may further strengthen deterrence and prevention while addressing their enforcement concerns. So we believe prevention is the best, works best when policy enforcement and education align, and our coalition stands ready to be a partner in that effort with the department and with the council. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Our next testifier is Jim Langford on Teams.
Aloha, beautiful souls. So happy to see your smiling faces. I'd like to invoke HRS 92-4. I have some necessary and helpful information that would enable you folks to invite me into executive session. And it's all backed up by Maui Second Court documents and personnel. That's my official testimony.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier?
Johnny.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Love you.
Thank you, Chair. That's currently all the individuals signed up to testify. We'll do a last call for oral testimony. If anyone would like to testify, please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams if you'd like to testify. The count is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you. Members, without objection, I will now close public testimony and accept written testimony into the record. Members, I would like to open the floor for discussion. I propose, one round of questions if people need to talk about the constitutionality, we will need a motion to go into executive session. So we'll start off with one round of questions, 3 minutes, and see where we go from there. I'll start off with Vice Chair Uu Hodgins and go the opposite direction from what we went last time.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, MPD, for being with us today. Considering I've already had the opportunity to discuss this with not only you, Chair, but with you, MPD, I will yield most of my time to the other members. But I will say that I do feel that we have other ways to deter drinking or underage drinking and drug use without violating our Constitution, especially considering what's going on in this nation. So I appreciate your stance. Thank you very much. And I will yield, I guess, now to Member Cook. Thank you.
Member Cook?
Thank you, Chair. Me having had 4 kids in high school and parties on Maui, I can really relate to this, picking them up from other parties, and then also guys showing up with coolers of beer at our party who weren't invited. So it's a big issue. What I found in the past is peer pressure, that my son's friends on the football team who were there to basically be able to, with me instigating, being the parent and a responsible party, inviting the other people in and saying, you know, let's have a good time. You're not going to make trouble here and get away with it. So, anyway, I'm glad that the police department is working, MPD is working with the association and to protect our kids. Thanks.
I'm going to have to
I don't really have a
reevaluate
question.
my son's
Yeah.
participation on the football team there. Is that, you're done? Oh, okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I don't have any questions. This ordinance doesn't apply to Molokai and Lanai. So it's mostly Maui council members. And I'm happy to support the Maui council members' position on this.
Thank you. Member Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councilman Morales Fernandez, for bringing that up. It was my first amendment as a council member to exempt Lanai from the social host liability bill. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I certainly do. My mother certainly does, because I called her up and I said, I made an amendment. She didn't know what that meant. But still, it brings back great memories that happened because I researched it and I looked into it, and it just doesn't apply for Lanai because 30% of the homes are owned by the company. If the police show up and there's that kind of trouble, we don't want folks getting evicted for this kind of thing. It's too harsh of a punishment. So anyways, besides the stroll down memory lane, I wanted to ask Chief, since he's here, Chief, can you explain what a Terry stop is? I know, and hopefully this doesn't get us an executive session, but that's kind of, I'd like to learn a little bit about what a Terry stop means.
I absolutely can explain that, and it doesn't take us into executive session. It's not the argument you're asking me. It's a fundamental police principle. So there's a case in front of the Supreme Court called Terry versus Ohio, and in a nutshell, a Terry stop is an investigative detention stop. And so an officer has basically 60 minutes to conduct a stop. There's 3 ways that you can, as a law enforcement, because you're a member of the government, and this kind of gets with what you were saying. As a member of the government, you have 3 ways that you can stop an individual: consent, reasonable suspicion, or probable cause. And so you need to have one of those 3 things. You need to have consent of the individual, reasonable suspicion. Reasonable suspicion exists when the facts and circumstances known to an officer would warrant a prudent man in believing that a crime has been, is being, or is about to be committed, and the person that you have stopped has something to do with that. And then there's probable cause, which is a higher threshold. And that, I can give you that definition if you need it as well. But in order to have that stop, you have to have those 3 things. And that's where Terry applies, and it's called a Terry stop.
Okay, so, and then the idea that we can't, you can't, there's civil and criminal, and mixing them up really jams up the process. You can't, right? It's something about how I was reading the letters, you're saying that, you guys focus more on criminal, not the civil. Of course, that's my understanding, right? And this bill could be more of a civil matter, or maybe you could clarify that, Chief.
The social host is civil, and there's a misdemeanor crime on the books. And what we'd like to do is just enforce the crime that's on the books because it's a more severe, serious penalty. I don't want to get too much more. I think we'll start to get into that other conversation if we can avoid that. But the position would be to simply enforce the criminal law because we have that. And I think that really protects us and where we want to go.
Thank you so very much for that clarification, Chair. No further questions.
Charlie?
Thank you. I have no questions. Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to welcome Councilmember Yukile Sugimura to the hearing.
Good morning. Apologize for being tardy, and I gotta fix my computer.
Do you want us to skip your opportunity and add you on at the end while you get set up?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Batangan, your opportunity will come back to Member Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair.
Are we fine?
And administration, if this has to be asked in executive session, just feel free to cut me off. But this law was enacted by Ordinance 5174, which was signed to form in legality. I don't understand why the constitutionality of the law is coming up now that it's 5 years later. Can somebody explain what the thinking was at the time of its enactment?
Is that something we would need to go into executive session for? I brought it up now because it got kicked to me to do the 2-year review and that it has never been enforced or utilized. That would be the reason why I brought it up now, because it could have been done in your committee, but I figure you got a lot going on. So because I have jurisdiction over police, I could have taken it off your hands. So that's the reason why I brought it up now. I think Member Uu Hodgins, if she had been still the great committee, would have taken it up, but I just figured spare you. That's the reason it's being brought up now.
Mahalo, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question or not?
Yeah, but I can also ask, well, partially, but I can ask again in executive session. I was reflecting on what Councilmember Cook said about, people coming to his property without his authorization. So I was looking at the code itself and how it defines responsible party. I'd also like to ask, say underage drinking occurs at a hotel. I don't see it captured in the ordinance as it's currently written. How would something like that be captured? Because, people go to prom, for example, often hosted at hotels. They're in a room, but I don't see a hotel owner being captured under the definition of who would be held responsible in this or through this bill.
Any of our resources have an answer for Member Batangan?
None that could be talked now.
It would be an executive session.
I believe under
Mr. Kumagai.
Chapter 9.40, residence or other private property includes hotel. And so that falls under the responsible person definition later in the chapter.
Thanks. Sorry, can you point to that section? Because I didn't read it that way. So it says, such as property owner, tenant, or leasee who conducts aids or allows or permits the facilities
So I'm
together. So I
looking
don't
at-
see the hotel owners as falling under there. So it would fall, it would not hold the hotel itself, but it would hold the person renting the room.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like Ms. Rollins Fernandez would like to weigh in as well.
Yes, mahalo, Chair, because I remember having this discussion in committee because we had multiple meetings and we talked about that very scenario. And so it would be the adult who rented the room. That would be the responsible party and not the owner of the hotel, the corporation that owns the hotel, and it would be the same for someone who is renting a single family dwelling or other, duplex, whatever, it wouldn't be the owner of the house, it would be the tenant. So whoever is like the directly responsible party of whoever has possession of that facility at the time.
Thank you, Member Rollins-Fernandez. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, I see more people arriving. We're just finishing up our first agenda, and then we'll get to our second agenda. We took a little bit longer, my apologies, but we're planning on having the 10 o'clock agenda as soon as we finish this discussion. From Member Batangan to Member Sinensi, and then Member Sugimura. Go ahead, Member Sinensi.
I didn't have any questions, but supportive of going into executive session.
Okay. Member Sugimura?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. I'm glad to see Chief and Deputy Chief here, because from reading your letter, and this might be because why we have to go into executive session, it talks about the constitutionality and the problem with that. So any statement regarding that?
Mr. Colby, maybe? Any statement regarding executive session, I guess? Member Sugimura wasn't here for your opening comments, I believe. So if maybe you want to just repeat those for her.
Certainly, I'll try. So we're here, and there's been, through correspondence, raised concerns by the chief, including constitutional matters. I had advised the chair that it was our position that we need to discuss any constitutional challenges in executive session. Other than that, there's issues related to the ordinance itself, and then there's issues related to the constitutionality, things raised by the chief. And so I think just out of an abundance of caution, we need to address those specifically in executive session because they go to the liabilities of the county.
Appreciate that. I think when this was being discussed also previously by, I think it was Member Molina that brought this up, and this became law, that because of the state law that's in existence, that this was really not necessary, was the impression that I got. Do you have a statement regarding that? There's, because it superseded this and our authority.
I think that goes to things that might want to be discussed in the executive session.
I'll wait.
Okay, so everybody has had a first round opportunity. We're aware that this currently doesn't apply to Molokai and Lanai. I believe Member Hodgins and myself have heard the constitutional things. So the four of us, our role is to support the other five of you who are, go ahead, Member Rollins-Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I prefer not to go into executive session. If any of the members have a question about the constitutionality, I think they can just go and talk to them after we adjourn.
That's another option. But if members, I will entertain a motion. I think we need 6 votes to go into executive session. But being that there's maybe 5 members, they could meet individually. I'm open to either way. So if you guys want to let me know your preference. Member Sinensi.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I haven't been able to meet with the department, and while we have the other lawyers here, if we're going to be repealing a law, then, I mean, I would want to kind of, if I have to vote to repeal or not, then I would kind of want to hear the reasoning. Thank you.
Would you like to make the motion then?
Yep. Move to go into executive session.
Okay, there's been a motion made by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Hodgins.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Could the maker of the motion please state the bases for the executive meeting? The sections under 92.5 A4, I guess it would be 92.5 A4 and
92.5 paren A4 to convene executive meeting in accordance with 92-5-A4 Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities of the county, the council, and the committee. And Section 92-5(a)(6) Hawaii Revised Statutes to consider sensitive matters related to public safety or security. An affirmative vote of 2/3 of the voting members present, provided the affirmative vote constitutes a majority of the members to which the board is entitled. So we have 9 members on the call, so we'll need 6 votes to go into executive session. The motion was made by Member Sinensi, seconded by Member Hodgins to enter into executive session for DRIP 9(9). Is there any further discussion? Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to go into executive session rather than have each of us try to coordinate with the administration separately. Given that everybody is gathered here now, I think it's just easier and faster to have this conversation today. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Is this going to be a roll call? Member Rollins Fernandez. Oh, sorry.
Mahalo, Chair. Oh, what happened?
Mr. Hopper had something to say too. He can go after you if you want, unless you want him to go first.
Sure, I can go after Deputy Corp Counsel Hopper.
My only question was, is the motion, normally we would have, corporation counsel and prosecuting attorney present. Are there going to be other, I don't know if you've got a list of any other individuals. I don't know if Chief will be attending as a required personnel as part of that executive session. And I think normally we would want to state the who's going to be attending that session. Maybe Ms. Nakata can assist with that as well, but I just wanted to see if we needed that at the motion or if we would announce that later. But if there's going to be those in addition to attorneys that are necessary personnel, which is acceptable, just to make clear that that's what's going to be, who's going to be in that session.
Yeah, I think we're going to see if we have the votes to go into executive session, then we'll list the personnel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. I wouldn't need a roll call. My preference was to not go into executive session, but I'm not going to stop my colleagues from going into executive session if that's what they'd like to do. I can see all the folks in the gallery because we have a 10 o'clock meeting scheduled, and they're going to have to be asked to leave for an unknown amount of time. So that, I guess that's part of, my concern as well. So I don't know if there's like another option, like maybe we recess this meeting and then come back later to go into executive session, because it's a 7B. We're not voting on this.
The reason I put the 2 items in the first agenda is because action will be taken at the next council meeting. I'm not sure how much testimony on the next agenda that we would circle back around before 4:30. So that's why I separated the agendas on either items we're taking action on or taking action on the next council meeting to get those finished. I underestimated how much testimony and how much discussion there were, so my apologies, folks, on this one.
Mahalo, Chair. I understand what you're saying, but maybe like we can just hold off on going into executive session and like maybe take even like an hour of testimony so folks can testify who are there, and then that way they can leave if they need to leave. And then we can, finish going into executive session like at 1:30 or something.
So we'd have to recess this meeting, start another meeting, recess that meeting, start another meeting, and it's kind of beyond my notes.
I believe in you, Chair.
What is the body's preference here? Do you guys want to try and do what Member Rollins Fernandez is suggesting, or do you want to go for the Member Cook?
I would say hopefully to be recognizing the people here for the next meeting if we go into executive session and strive to be brief.
Brief, is members committed to brevity?
Committed to brief.
Okay. Mr. Colby, before we take the vote on going into executive session, is there anything that you can tell us outside of executive session in this?
Generally, I don't want to address anything related to constitutionality, but there are other sections of the statute, or excuse me, the ordinance that raise some questions about how it would be applied. And I think that also could be handled in executive session. But if you want me to get into that, I could a little bit.
Chair, staff would just say that if there are comments that Corporation Counsel can share in the open session, that those must be shared in open as opposed to executive meeting.
So if there's any comments that can be shared in open session, they must be shared in open session. Executive session was for the express purposes that we listed earlier in HRS 92-5 per A4 and A6. So is there any information about the ordinance or the repeal that can be shared in open session?
Chair, there's a procedural issue related to the provisions in Maui County Code 9.40.050, which is related to an appeals procedure and standards, which places the onus on the police commission to hear appeals of the chapter. It's not necessarily a constitutional issue, but it would raise issues about them having to go through a rules-making process through Chapter 91 and adopt those rules. And the ordinance itself puts the onus on the chief to adopt those administrative rules, which I think is problematic.
Members, any questions on that information? Seeing none, at this time, I guess we can take the vote. If members want to go into executive session, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Chair, I see 9 ayes, 0 noes. Motion passes.
Thank you. For the record, the following personnel will be attending the executive session meeting. All council members in attendance, myself, Committee Chair Tamara Paulton, Committee Vice Chair Nohelani Hodgins, Council Member Kawanoi Batangan, Council Member Tom Cook, Council Member Gabe Johnson, Council Chair Alice Lee, Council Member Keani Rollins Fernandez, Council Member Shane Sinensi, Council Member Yukile Sugimura, Office of Council Services Staff Carla Nakata, Legislative Attorney and Yvette Boutillier, Senior Committee Secretary. May I please ask Corporation Counsel to state who from the Department of Corporation Counsel or Administration will be in executive session and your titles, please. I also believe Prosecuting Attorney Chad Kumagai will be with us. Corp Counsel.
Thank you, Chair. Tom Colby will be in the meeting as well as Mike Hopper. Also for the police department will be both the chief and the deputy chief, Wade Maeda and John Pelletier. And yes, I think the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Kumagai, should also be in this meeting.
Thank you. So folks in the gallery, I'm sorry, but this is going to be voted on the 6th. And we'll take this, the next agenda up as soon as we finish this item. So at this time, the chair would like to call for a 5-minute recess to 10:27 a.m. We will convene an executive meeting. This meeting of the Disaster Recovery, International Affairs, and Planning Committee is now in recess. Will the Disaster Resilience International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting of January 28th return to order? The time is now 11:05 a.m. Members, we have just completed our executive meeting on DRIP 99. Ms. Nakata, can you provide the summary in accordance with Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In accordance with the Sunshine Law, the committee met in an executive meeting under sections 92-5A4, hold on, 92-5A4 and
92-5A6.
thank you, 92-5A6 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes. Thank you, Councilmember. All 9 council members were in attendance in the executive meeting, although Councilmember Johnson did need to excuse himself shortly before the executive meeting concluded. The committee discussed with Corporation Counsel, in addition to the council members, Deputy Corporation Counsel Tom Colby and Mike Hopper, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Chad Kumagai, Chief of Police John Pelletier, and Deputy Chief Wade Maeda were in attendance, as well as Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier and myself, Legislative Attorney Carla Nakata. The committee discussed rights liabilities of the council, the committee, the county, in connection with the social host liability ordinance. The committee did also touch upon some of the comments that the chief of police did provide in a letter to the committee, and that is available in the open, in the public record for the public's review if they care to look at that. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. As a reminder, members, the vote for this repeal will take place on February 6th, which is next Friday. There won't be a vote today. The meeting was informational for members' benefit. This concludes the first agenda of today's Disaster Recovery International Affairs Planning Committee meeting at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. The time is 11:07. We'll take a 5-minute break to get the next agenda set up and our presenters ready, and then we'll take up the next agenda. So at this time, the
Chair,
first meeting.
If there's no objections, could you defer the item?
Oh, I'd like to defer the item if there's no objections. Okay, this first meeting is adjourned at 11:08. Will the second Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting of January 28, 2026 come to order? This is the 10 a.m. meeting. My sincere apologies. We're gaveling in at 11:15. There was more talking than I anticipated in the first agenda, which is items that we will be voting on in the near future before the next council meeting. If everyone can please silence their cell phones or any other noise-making devices. My name is Tamara Paultin, and I will be your committee chair for today. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, if you're not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. With us today, we have Committee Vice Chair Nohelani Uhajins. Aloha.
Aloha, everyone. Aloha, Chair.
Aloha. And Member Kawanoi Batangan. Aloha.
Aloha kako.
Member Tom Cook. Aloha.
Aloha.
Member Gabe Johnson is excused. I believe he's meeting with Ms. Tokura. Chair Lee, are you there? Okay, well, we'll see her when she's here. Member Rollins Fernandez also said she had to leave. Member Sinensi, aloha.
Aloha, Chair, and I too wanted to express my gratitude for the testifiers' patience. It doesn't mean that this is any less important than the other one, so mahalo.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just taking it up as it goes. Member Sugimura, aloha.
Aloha.
Okay, this meeting of the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee of the Maui County Council is located on the traditional Aina of Kanaka Oiwi, who never ceded their sovereignty to the United States. We recognize that Her Majesty Queen Liliuokalani yielded the Hawaiian Kingdom to the U.S. in duress under threat of violence to avoid the bloodshed of her people. We further recognize that Hawaii remains an illegally occupied nation state by the U.S. as documented in a 2021 scholarly article for the National Lawyers Guild Review by Andrew Reed, adjunct professor of law at the University of Denver Stern College of Law. Generations of Kanaka Maoli and their knowledge systems have sustainably cared for Hawaii and continue to do so. We are grateful to occupy this space and learn the ways in which we can contribute. As a committee, we seek to support the varied strategies that the indigenous peoples of Hawaii are using to protect their land and their communities and commit to dedicating time and resources to working in solidarity. From the administration, it says we have Assistant Chief Joy Medeiros for DRIP 96 and 98, John Pelletier, Police Chief, Department of Police for DRIP 97, Wade Maeda, Deputy Police Chief, Department of Police, DRIP 97, Mike Hopper, Deputy Corporation Counsel, as well as Tom Colby, Deputy Corporation Counsel. Other resources, we have Jake Carton, DRIP 97, Marnie Masuda, DRIP 97, and Lee Chamberlain, Advocacy Chair, Maui Bicycling League for DRIP 96. Members, without objection, I will designate individuals mentioned as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council. Jake Carton and Marnie Masuda Cleveland are affiliated with Maui Indivisible, a citizens advocacy group. Lee Chamberlain serves as the advocacy chair for the Maui Bicycling League, the Maui chapter of the Hawaii Bicycling League. Committee staff, we have Senior Committee Secretary Yvette Boutillier, Legislative Analyst Jarrett Pasquale and Keone Hurdle, Legislative Attorney Carla Nakata, and Assistant Clerk Jean Pokipala. On the agenda today, we have 3 7B presentations, the first of which, 9-7, is discussion on Bill 92 CD1 2025, authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Federal Bureau of Investigation for a joint terrorism task force. We will be receiving opening comments and any presentations before opening up testimony, and then we'll open testimony, close it, and have a discussion amongst the members and move on to our next agenda item. We do normally take a lunch break from 12 to 1:30, so that's just my disclaimer. At this time, we'll start with, Member Lee, aloha, and welcome to the proceedings. So we'll start with opening comments from the police, move over to opening comments and presentation from Maui Indivisible, and Member Sugimura, where the bill is actually in her Fed committee, would also like to provide opening comments. So that will be the order: police, Indivisible, Member Sugimura. Go ahead, Chief. Any opening comments or presentation?
Thank you. Aloha. This is reference strip 97. On Tuesday morning, September 11th, 2001, our nation suffered an attack that killed over 3,000 individuals. In 2002, MPD entered into an MOU with the FBI to help prevent further attacks by being a participant in the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Every change in leadership at the federal level, at the state level, whether it's MPD, the special agent in charge, updates the MOU. This has always been about protecting our community. This MOU in no way is about immigration or immigration enforcement, period. This state, Hawaii, this state, just like New York, Washington, D.C., was attacked before. We were caught off guard then, just like they were in 9/11. Why would we not do everything to protect this community and this country? This is not about politics. This is about public safety. However, to that end, just last week, I sent a correspondence to the BFED chair to formally request that the MOU be pulled back. Repeat, the MOU be pulled back so that language can be added so it is beyond clear to everyone that there is no confirmation of immigration enforcement in the JTTF MOU. There never has been, and there never will be as far as MPD is concerned. MPD will also add clear language with regard to any financial impact, since we have never had a full-time TFO in this role, and that means task force officer. Our job is to fight crime, not each other. Mahalo.
Thank you. I need to ask Charlie if anyone is in your room, vehicle, or workspace with you. Sorry.
Nope, just me and Jill.
Okay, that's the cat. Okay, presentation or opening comments from the folks from Maui Indivisible, followed by Member Sugimura.
Aloha, thank you so much, honorable council members, and Chair Tamara Pelton, and everyone in the chamber today for being here. I'm Marnie Masuda, and I am the lead organizer for Maui Indivisible. Maui Indivisible's job is to ensure that all those who are charged with protecting and upholding our democratic norms and protecting the public are held accountable equally. This is not about anything about who we like or who we don't like, or we will do our jobs. And I just want to fill people in that we're, in addition to being on the side of the road and waving signs, we work very, very hard to make sure that there's nothing that is opening the door on Maui to this administration's consolidation of Homeland Security as a national police state who is, sorry, I'm just getting over the flu. So, in order to stifle dissent and to target those who are this regime determines our threats. What we just saw in Minnesota was an example of this in practice. We know and we understand, and we have from the very beginning, that the FBI JTTF MOU isn't about immigration or ICE per se. Very clearly, I think everyone is pretty clear about that. What it is about is the new National Security Presidential Memo 7, which redefines domestic terrorism as anyone who uses language that is against the United States, that is against traditional values, that is in any way a threat. They can be considered, and we just saw this happen in Minnesota with 2 people who were murdered, stochastic domestic terrorists. And this is our concern. We understand that this task force was developed under the Bush administration, newly developed Homeland Security Department. We understand that it has moved forward for years and years under countless administrations. Our concern is that things have changed now. The threat now is against United States citizens who are exercising their constitutional rights to push back against authoritarianism. It is the plan, it is clear, we see it with our own eyes. What is going to happen next and what is happening right now. This partnership, collaboration, opens the door in this iteration with this administration to a very dangerous threat to our security, our safety, and our democratic protocols and norms, which are being dismantled systematically to usher in an authoritarian regime. This is why we are grateful that the council is taking this up. We expect our elected leaders to make important decisions on our safety and security, especially now, and to uphold democratic norms and procedures in a time when those democratic norms and procedures are threatening to the ascending authoritarian regime. Hawaii is unique in that many other states, also many counties, municipalities across the United States have already stood up, have already refused to collaborate with this regime for these very reasons, because our first order of business and the first order of business of the people who have been put in a position to protect us is to protect us from nascent danger. We are not more safe because of the Joint Terrorism Task Force collaboration. We will be less safe, wittingly or unwittingly. Our people we know and like a lot could be opening the door to both enable and facilitate the policing of our, basically dismantling of our rights, even without knowing it. Because the person who murdered, for instance, Renee Good, poet and mother, was a member of the Minnesota FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. He wasn't ICE. He was working exactly under this, what we're talking about today. And so we are trying to prevent this in advance rather than react to it when it happens here. So I just wanted to clarify that. I want to thank everyone who's here. And I wanted to hand it over to Jake Carton, who is our special projects lead for this particular campaign. Thanks.
Good morning, honorable council members, and thank you, council staff, and thank you for attending. My name is Jake Carton, Maui Indivisible. I would like to take you through a little presentation about how we feel decisions should be made around this issue. Let's just set the context first. Back in early fall, the full council voted initially to approve the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force Intergovernmental Agreement, which I'll call a contract, just so, or IGA. And then later the council voted in early October to send this FBI JTTF contract back to the Budget Committee, BFED Committee, to review its approval after it realized that the Budget Committee had failed to analyze the contract in the context of Trump's mission for the FBI JTTF, which was just published perhaps a few days before the council last and final vote, by the way. The full council had actually voted to approve this contract on the first reading. Also, there are quite a few, and we've tried to communicate with the council, there are quite a few falsehoods that have been placed into the Budget Committee report that need to be fixed. Since then, the Budget Committee has yet to put it on the agenda. It's almost 4 months now. So, really, what is the legal framework here? What are the legal duties of the council on intergovernmental agreements? It's pretty much stated very plainly in state law. And state law says, and I will quote the operable section, that these agreements must only be entered with the consent of the council. That's a quote up there. That is the presumption that we're operating under. This is pretty well settled, like Hawaii County Council, they operate this way. Corporation Council on January 20th is acknowledging this presumption. So that doesn't prohibit the council from passing its own code, and in fact it has. And the council has passed a code, which we'll get into very shortly, that does consent, that passed sort of a blanket consent on some contracts. But I would argue that that consent doesn't happen without the council's participation. In fact, the council has to meet certain conditions, and when that council decides on giving that consent, it has to do it as a council by vote. So let's go, next slide, please. Let's go to the county code. So the county code defines the few times that that this consent is given. And I would argue it should be very seldom under this, but it actually defines the obligation in the terms of determining whether the county has a financial obligation, and the obligation can also be, for instance, professional or technical service. I would hope that the chief of police would concede that the police department is providing a professional and technical service. I think that's how we recognize that group. The question of financial obligation upon the county is one in which I think almost every contract has in some ways a financial obligation. But I think we should take a look at what exactly is what is the financial obligation here in the contract? But let's just address the question of, has the council engaged in public fact-finding on the intergovernmental agreement of the FBI JTTF? And the answer is no. The Budget Committee has yet to actually look at the contract and take testimony on the contract itself. It took a lot of testimony on the practice of the relationship, but that's irrelevant. The relationship between the MPD and the JTTF. The council is actually voting on the contract, not the practice. They're voting on what's in the contract because the contract is the binding document between the county and the FBI JTTF. So has the council voted to declare this contract placing no financial obligation on the county? No, it hasn't, not yet. So until the council publicly examines the IGA for a financial obligation placed on the county and votes on that finding, it's not yet met its statutory duties. Next slide, please. So let's look at the contract itself. It's publicly online and provided by the council, and hopefully the council has read it. But on page 2 of this contract, I will quote, it says, "Supervision and control. All JTTF personnel, once on board, will be under the supervision of the FBI while working on the JTTF to which they are assigned." Then on page 8, there's a section called Salary Overtime Compensation Funding, and it specifically says, I quote, "The participating agency shall be responsible for the pay overtime leave relating to its employees detailed to an FBI JTTF." So the participating agency here is the Maui Police Department. I don't know any other plainer way to say this, but they get to boss our police officers, and we're paying. If that's not a financial obligation, I don't know what is. To go on, and this will demonstrate how much they're bossing us, the FBI JTTF, Trump's FBI JTTF. On page 3, it says staffing commitment and responsibilities. In light of the significant cost and effort in onboarding new JTTF personnel, as well as the need for continuity to successfully combat national security, criminal and cyber threats, attacks and intrusions, the participating agency, and this is the MPD, agrees to provide its personnel to the FBI JTTF for a period of at least 2 years. So once the MPD assigns an officer to the JTTF, they're locked in for 2 years. There's no pulling out. There's no like, oh, we don't like this situation. We don't like what you're telling our officers to do. No, they're locked in by this contract. Page 5. I'm quoting, "The participating agency will not knowingly act unilaterally on any matter affecting the JTTF." So basically, the MPD has no independence. They cannot say, we don't like this action that you're doing, JTTF, our guys are coming over here. No, that's not how it rolls. So I just want to point out here that nonetheless, in the Budget Committee report to the Council on Bill 92, the quote is, "The proposed agreement would commit to the county to provide personnel whose salaries, benefits, and agency-required training remain county costs." So essentially, the Budget Committee report is actually acknowledging that there is a financial obligation. Period, the end. I don't know why there's a debate over this financial obligation or why
Mr. Carton, you're about 15 minutes in. Is there a lot more? Because we do.
There's about half more I didn't anticipate.
Okay, if you can speed it up a little.
I will try. But I think we're getting in the details here because it's important, because it has yet to be on the council record, and we're going to put it on the council record. So essentially, but I respect what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. So basically, what we have a situation here is the police chief is saying he wants to change the contract. That's great. We'd love to see changes in this contract. But it's not going to cut it to just say there's no financial obligation and to put that in the contract and to talk about how they're only part-time, not full-time, and that kind of thing. That's not going to resolve this issue under the law. Next slide, please. So I've read this contract many times. There is not a single section in the contract that allows for any MPD supervision or operational control in the JTTF chain of command. This is a one-way relationship. The FBI JTTF dictates and commands, and the MPD officers who are participating in it say, okay. There are many more sections in the contract that actually outline how the chain of command goes and how the JTTF staff are under FBI JTTF rules. There are a lot of restrictions in the contract about what MPD can do. There's like mentions of non-disclosure agreements. There's mentions of no independent press releases by the MPD. There's a lot of muzzling going on in this contract. We see that in Minnesota, right? Why are we signing a contract to this? To actually make it legally binding that we're giving up our county's independence to speak freely about what's going on. So we are respectfully asking that the Council Budget Committee correct its record with a proper fact-finding hearing on the legally binding contract itself. It's going to be important to get this in the record to help establish what this county expects of our relationship with the FBI JTTF, if we have one, if it even makes sense right now. So, and I just want to acknowledge that it was upon these false findings that that was the premise for the Budget Committee approving the JTTF contract, or recommending it to a full vote, and then there was actually a full vote and initial first approval. Next slide, please. So here's a couple of things that are also should be alarming if we're talking about renegotiating this contract, that are very alarming. There is not a single limit in this contract right now on the number of police officers that can be assigned to the JTTF. And there's not a single, and for instance, these officers are also, they're actually put on call. So when the JTTF wants to activate the FBI, this is Trump's FBI JTTF, the officers who are in it, whether they're part-time or whatever, they have to immediately go to the JTTF. So they're at the beck and call right now of the JTTF when it starts going. Secondly, there's no minimum percentage levels of officers, hours that they have to be in the JTTF. So every officer in the MPD could be assigned, say 5%. That puts them all under the JTTF when the JTTF activates. We're on the edge of a dangerous scenario. We're one unelected person away in this county from a scenario, say we have a different police chief soon, or whatever, right? And that police chief loves the JTTF and unilaterally assigns all their officers to the JTTF 5%. Will the council sign a document that gives that power away? We need some guardrails here. So I think Marnie spoke greatly about why the IGA, or this contract right here, is important to the county and to its residents. And I would just touch on specifically, I'm going to quote from Trump's recent dictate this is the mission of the FBI JTTF, quote, in sort of defining domestic terrorists, which is their top priority, that, well, okay, I won't quote it, but I'll just say that if we have a different view of sovereignty here on Maui, if we put up on a building a quote from Trask that says we are not Americans, which anybody who was driving across central Maui a few months ago would see that quote, I think that would be regarded as potentially stochastic terrorism, and could be the JTTF could be looking for those people as terrorists. If we have a different view on identity, on culture, on family, on gender, on patriotism, on religion, morality, and economy, if we are deemed anti-American, those are words in this memorandum. Basically anything that disagrees with Trump's MAGA vision. So, and the thing about this contract, it controls the definition of terrorism. It is defined by the FBI JTTF. There is no definition of terrorism in this contract. So they get to make the call. So, there's all this talk about JTTF and ICE agents and stuff like that. Under Trump right now, there is no line between these agencies. 25% of the FBI right now is assigned to immigration action. They are working with ICE every day. And
Carton, we're about 25 minutes in and we do have other items. Is it something that you can wrap up and we can take up during discussion?
I think I want to keep going,
okay,
if you will allow.
Okay, this is our proceedings. We don't take comments from the gallery. Thank you. Go ahead if you can.
Thank you.
Speed it up.
Thank you. Really, it's only a few more slides. Yeah. So, as Marnie mentioned, the JTTF is composed of ICE agents right now. There's a lot of overlap. We don't get to have a say on that. And I also spoke earlier about how this contract with the JTTF gags the county around free speech, ability to investigate and document independently crime and federal abuse, define terrorism, know about how these JTTF officers, who are really MPD officers, are getting trained under the JTTF. They could be getting indoctrinated on all this MAGA stuff, and we don't know. So finally, next slide, please. So there are a couple other areas that we think that the council record needs some fixing because the budget committee put on the record some falsehoods. First of all, on page 1 of the chair's report, it falsely claims that the JTTF, quote, does not coordinate directly with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement or other Department of Homeland Security agencies, end of quote. That is just patently false. I mean, we see it. It's happening all over the place. The Budget Committee's report on page 1, also without any proof, claims that the department has previously participated in the JTTF. And it's referring to the police department's testimony that, quote, the Maui Police Department, in partnership with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has had an intergovernmental agreement for JTTF since 2002. We'd like to see proof of this. We've asked for the past contract. The police department has informed us in writing that they lost it. They can't find it. We think that the council needs to ask for all past contracts. We need to see what they look like and what was committed earlier. And basically, best practice when you negotiate a contract, you're looking at the previous contract and looking at the changes. This is not acceptable practice to negotiate a new contract. I guess it just raises the one other question, which is, why is this contract so important when the police department may be operating under the old one right now and they can't even find it? What's the purpose of the contract? Next slide, please. So just to summarize, we're asking the council to honor the state statute and to consent properly, to acknowledge that no one council member has the right to make a factual determination whether a financial obligation exists, and to dictate that to the full council. We need to, because that basically bypasses a democratic vote. The full council should be deciding whether there is a financial obligation, not one council member, not one lawyer, and move on. There are parts of the Budget Committee record that need to be fixed. I think we've outlined that. And then I guess our message is, if there are members of this council who actually want to renegotiate and be in a contract with the FBI, JTTF, renegotiate this thing. Put real safeguards in it. We think it's unwise to get into any contract with the Trump administration right now. They have no respect for contracts or anything. So, but if you're one of the few who are like, let's keep doing this with the FBI, JTTF, this needs to be fully renegotiated and transparently. And finally, we're asking the council to vote no on this contract. Just vote this thing down. After, of course, doing the democratic process of voting to recognize that there's a clear financial obligation here. Next slide. So finally, here are our asks. We are asking the council to set some minimum standards so that the police chief has a guide on how to renegotiate this contract. The council should be involved in something this important. And a good faith step would be to retrieve the current contract or find out if it's still in existence or what's the status. We would hope that the council asks the police chief that question today in front of us. Secondly, we need to protect our independence, free speech, and right to access to evidence to investigate and adjudicate crimes and liability from the FBI practice that we're seeing right now in Minneapolis. And that means really renegotiating all sections of this contract which muzzle the county right now. It's just not I mean, clearly, we're dissenters, right? Most of us are dissenters in this room from Trump. But it's not just the dissenters from Trump. It's the county's voice. It's our own government. It's everybody here that is at stake in this contract, if you read it. We also are asking the council to enact safeguards to our civil liberties and rights to exist against Trump's police state and against this MAGA defined domestic terrorism that we're being often charged with and justifying murders. And we see that the Committee on Governmental Relations and the Committee on the Budget are the natural places to do this. The police department has an $83 million budget. It's the biggest, wealthiest department in our county. And so it is the right place to do this at the Budget Committee, but it is the right place also with governmental relations because that's where we need some safeguards like counties have all across this nation, and we don't have them here yet. So again, we're asking for a vote no on the contract, and we're asking to work with the council to develop all these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Sugimura, for your opening comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to give some opening remarks. I just want to make it clear, as we've been hearing, listening, reading, receiving phone calls from my office, is that I do not support anti-immigration policies. I do support immigration enforcement actions that create fear, separate families, or undermine civil rights and human dignity. I strongly oppose xenophobia, racial profiling, and the targeting of communities based on where they come from. With everything going on and with what we are seeing in Minnesota, so painful, people understandably are very concerned. I want to thank all of those who have called, emailed, and shared their concerns with my office and the council. This issue is personal to me as members of my own family were interned during World War II and have lived with the consequences of government actions rooted in fear and prejudice. That history shapes my commitment to stand with communities who feel vulnerable and to ensure that our county, including our hardworking police department, does not contribute to harm or discrimination. In regards to Bill 92, the public record is clear. At no point have I collaborated with federal agencies or immigration enforcement to circumvent law or remove public records as has been alleged. Committee documents and testimony all remain accessible through established county channels. We're transparent. I have not attempted to delay scheduling of Bill 9, nor misled the public in any way. As of today, Maui County Council has not approved the agreement. Understand? Maui County has not, as a body, all 9 of us, has not approved the agreement. To provide a timeline on Bill 92 and where we currently are, at the October 10, 25 council meeting, Bill 92 was canceled from the agenda and referred back to the BFED committee, my committee. On October 14th, 25, in light of similar questions being raised with Bill 122, a different bill, which involved an agreement with MPD and the National Guard, I wrote a letter to Corporation Counsel to request a legal opinion as to whether Bill 92 required council approval. The pertinent issue was whether 92 created a financial obligation, thus requiring the mayor to obtain council approval. It was important to obtain clarifications to ensure that even if the council disapproved the agreement, that the mayor could not still move forward if they disagreed with the council's action. My intention was to also seek clarity for similar agreements in the future. In this request, I asked Corporation Counsel to cite controlling law and state a clear conclusion. On October 3rd, 25, I received a written letter back from Deputy Corporation Counsel Thomas Colby. Mr. Colby's letter stated that the agreement does not place financial obligations on the county and therefore does not require council authorization under section 2.20.020 of the Maui County Code. On December 12th, 25, I submitted a request to Deputy Corporation Counsel Colby for further clarity if there were any other provisions of the Maui County Charter or Maui County Code beyond section 2.20 that would require the council's action prior to the administration executing the agreement. This letter, after members of Maui Indivisible shared that they disagreed with the November 3rd opinion, I felt it was prudent to request that Corporation Counsel review the agreement again in relationship to all relevant sections of the Charter and Maui County Code beyond just section 2.20. Last week, on January 30th, 26, I received a response from Deputy Corporation Counsel rescinding the November 3rd position and now opining that the agreement does create a potential financial obligation. Since receiving the January 20th opinion just last week, I have been working to schedule Bill 92 at an upcoming BFED meeting, which will be February 10th. And it is most likely the meeting will most likely be the meeting date because we need to post it. And we'll provide public notice once that meeting agenda is finalized. All these documents are publicly available. The public will be able to testify once again at our upcoming BFED meeting. Hearing from our community, I am supportive of disapproving Bill 92. Did you hear me? I am supportive of disapproving Bill 92, and I will be making recommendations to the committee, BFED committee, moving forward. It is up to the members to vote, though. That's going to be my recommendation. Member Paulton, I appreciate you hearing this item in your committee, and I appreciate that many community members who have taken the time to contact me and voice their concerns, who have taken the time to learn about our process and who continue to care about our people. And I just want to say that it is our process to not stifle testimony. And as you have done, Member Paulton, thank you very much for bringing this out in a Rule 7B, which means no decisions will be made, but it is to hear from the public. And it is our process as we move forward. That's going to be my recommendation.
Member Sugimura, did you want to submit that so we can post it on Granicus? I mean, you don't have to, but...
Sure.
Okay.
I will not give you my scratched up notes.
Yeah, whenever you're ready with what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I do need to leave now, but I did leave a few questions with Member Senensi he's going to ask on my behalf. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So I didn't explain why I scheduled this item up front, but as was stated, Bill 92 CD1 2025 was canceled from the council agenda and referred back to BFED committee, and that's where it remains. The DRIP committee maintains oversight over the Department of Police, so we arranged the discussion on matters related to Bill 92 in accordance with Rule 7B of the Rules of the Council. Like Member Sugimura said, there's no votes. It's just a discussion, informational. For the members and public reference, the committee transmitted informational documents for today's discussion. Granicus number 1 contains Bill 92 CD1 2025, along with 2 correspondence from the Department of Police with responses to questions on Bill 92, and a November 3rd, 2025 opinion from the Department of Corporation Counsel. Granicus number 2 contains a request for legal services to the Department of Corporation Counsel and a response dated January 20th, 2026 with an opinion that rescinds their November 3rd, 2025 opinion. We are going to be opening up for testimony. 12 to 1:30 is our normal lunch break time. Is there folks that cannot come back at 1:30? 1, 2. Is there a three? 1, 2, 3. Is there any objection from everyone here to allow those folks that cannot come back to go and give their testimony before we take a lunch break?
No objection.
You're okay with it? Okay. So if the folks that need to leave and couldn't come back at 1:30 to give their testimony, if they can be allowed to go first, and then we'll take our lunch break. We'll leave testimony, public testimony open and resume it when we come back from our lunch break. Is that sound acceptable to the members and the crowd in the gallery? Okay. So I think Adam raised his hand, Miss in the green and someone over here. So if we can go in that order, because he's closest to the podium and everyone else can make their way over.
Thank you. Chair, if they could just state their name at the beginning, so we'll mark them on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. And I didn't read through the whole testimony, but it's limited to 3 minutes. If you can not swear and do profane stuff, and then, that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Do I
Sorry, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Oh, no, I was just indicating that I'm present.
Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez is present. Welcome to the meeting.
And I'm alone.
And she's alone in her workspace. If the testifiers can just give their name at the start or mention if they want to be anonymous in their testimony.
Okay, thank you. My legal name is Donald Adam James, and I'm here testifying as a private citizen and hopefully a fairly decent human being. I appreciate you guys staying late through lunch, and I am very impressed and grateful for all the resource people you had here today, all of them to share their input on it, and that a lot of what I was going to say has been said, so I'm grateful for that. I know right now many of our federal agencies are operating outside of the law. That is what really concerns me. So if the county's cooperating to the extent of why are you on our island? What are you looking for? Is there an active threat we should be aware of? I am in total support of that. But I really feel that no information should be casually shared with the head of the FBI, the Attorney General, the Defense Department, or the Department of Justice. All of those are now consistently lying and refusing to obey legal orders. So sharing of voter rolls, databases, or volunteering any other information about the people of Hawaii just shouldn't be done, not in any spirit of cooperation, please. We've seen that ICE and Homeland Security has become a private, unrestricted, and unaccountable mercenary army. They're not law enforcement. They're not military enforcement. They are operating as a mercenary army with no oversight. And when innocent people were gunned down in the streets of Minneapolis, the FBI came in just virtually instantly to block the truth, suppress the evidence, and they prevented local authorities from conducting their own investigation. I think that's important. Obviously, people like that should not get any support from our local police department or any state or county government. And this is a chance for the council to make that very clear. Thank you. And I just want to address the buzzwords and propaganda. Vague labels are designed to entice fear without any further thinking. And throughout history, we've seen she's a witch, they're an infidel, they're godless communists, all of that. And since 9/11, the word terrorist, I think, has really been abused. The ministers of propaganda jumped on that as a great buzzword to brand anybody they disagreed with as a terrorist and now a domestic terrorist. Any political enemy of a fascist regime can be labeled a domestic terrorist, and immediately they lose many of their rights. Terrorism is violent criminal acts committed to further ideological and political goals, and that is not the mothers and nurses of America watching out for their neighbors, but it is a very clear description of ICE and their FBI defenders. So getting back to the terrorism task force, I didn't read it all. Can I have 15 more seconds to finish up?
Please conclude.
Yeah, okay. In your bill, it does mention supervision by the Attorney General in the United States and online radicalization. Do we really want Kash Patel and Pam Bondi deciding if the words we use on social media are online radicalization? Please, please think very carefully about any form of cooperation, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next person, oh, you don't have to leave? Okay, somebody here had to leave? Just don't hurt yourself, please.
Hi, my name's Annie Nelson, and I'm a member of this community. And I just want to say one thing real quick, and I'll skip what I was going to say and just sum this up. Number one, I'm here to endorse and defend and support the indivisible statements and their presentation. Chief, if I could hug you, I would, because I think it's important that we have people that care about our community and aren't just here to be the bully, right? I mean, you look scary, but I think that's important. But we've seen this before. We've seen this before in history. I don't want it repeating itself or even being an echo of the past, especially for Hawaiians. We have a lot of really beautiful brown people here that speak a language that's indigenous. And so who's deciding whether, I mean, it's not like these guys are actual geniuses, so, you know, who decides what language they're speaking and where are they going to deport them? If you're Hawaiian and you grew up here, where are you going to be deported to? I'm not against border control at all. I think we need immigration, but this is not it. This is not it, and I actually completely agree with what you said. My father was 101st Airborne in the 501st. He was in World War II at Bastogne at the Battle of the Bulge. I am my father's daughter, and I'm not okay with watching this happen on our soil. You know, please, let's not repeat history, not here, not anywhere, not ever. And I just want to thank the council and Madam Chair for giving me the minute to speak, but can we not do this here? Please. My tax dollars are going to go to executing my community. I'm not okay with that. And if we have our police who, you know, it's not an easy job here, but they're here and they do their job. And if we allow these people to come in, we have no recourse. With him, we can vote him out. Sorry, we can vote you out. And our tax dollars are going to stay in our community. I just, please understand that this is super dangerous what we're doing. And I just invite everybody to read some history because this ain't new. So please, thank you for the time. Thank you. And I really would hug you if I could.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there any objection to us taking a lunch break and coming back at 1:30? Testimony on this item will remain open because I do know there's other folks, but you wouldn't want to see us hangry. Okay. We'll be back at 1:30. This meeting is in recess at 12:14. Will the Disaster Recovery International Affairs and Planning Committee meeting return to order? The time is now 1:37. If everyone can please silence their cell phones or any noise-making devices, that will help our cause. We are still in the public testimony portion for DRIP 9.7, and I neglected to read the public testimony instructions because some of us were hangry. So I'll go ahead and read this now, and then we can go back to the public testimony list. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Testifiers wanting to provide oral testimony should join the online meeting via the Microsoft Teams link printed on today's agenda or call into the phone number, which is also on today's agenda. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button near the top of your screen. For those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Teams, staff will lower your hand. Once your name is added, staff will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it is your time to testify. At that time, staff will enable your microphone and video. Please ensure your name on Microsoft Teams appears as the name you prefer to be referred to or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you are in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes. If you are still testifying beyond that time, I will kindly ask you to complete your testimony. Once you are done testifying, or if you do not wish to testify, you can view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. At this time, we will call on the remaining testifiers wishing to testify on DRIP 9.7.
Thank you, Chair. The next testifier is Chief Pelletier, to be followed by Deputy Chief Maeda.
Was that like your opening?
We're a resource, not.
Okay.
I think our
Okay, next.
The next testifier is Gail Swanson on Teams, to be followed by Kelly King.
Okay, Gail Swanson, followed by Kelly King. And just as a advisement, the chief and deputy chief will need to go to interviews at 2, and we have our newest assistant chief, Joy Medeiros, who will be filling in clutch. Gail Swanson, are you there? We can circle back around. Who was the next one you mentioned?
Sorry, Chair. The next testifier is Kelly King on Teams.
Kelly King, are you online?
Chair, they're unmuted on our end, so if they can go ahead and turn on the camera and unmute, they can begin their testimony.
Okay. Unmuted on our end. If you can unmute. Is that both Gail Swanson and Kelly King?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Either Gail Swanson or Kelly King, this is your opportunity to testify. If you can unmute on your end, it's a little microphone-shaped icon at the top right.
Can you hear me now? This is Kelly King.
Yes.
It's not letting me unmute the camera.
Oh.
I'm not sure what's happening. And Gail's probably having the same problem.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I
Okay.
can hear
Let's
two
let
voices.
We'll let Gail go first. Gail, why don't you go ahead and go first?
Okay.
I don't know. The camera. Oh, there you go. You know what? My name is Gail Swanson, and I'm a Maui resident for.
If you could speak up a little bit, members are having a little difficulty speaking or hearing you.
Here. Okay, my name is Gail Swanson. I've lived here for about 42 years, and I love our island. I love Maui, and I'm just really disturbed by everything that's going on. I was at the meeting today, and I really appreciate Maui Indivisible, all the information that Marnie and Jake gave us. I thought that was really informative. I think that most of us don't really understand what's going on with this. Now I have a pretty good understanding, and I can share it with my tribe, but I just really want to thank them for getting up there and and just giving us such a great presentation. I'm a little alarmed that the council passed this in the first place unanimously. I have to believe they didn't read every single red flag, because really, once Jake pointed those out to us, it's pretty evident that this is a pretty scary thing to agree to. I am a peaceful protester all the way. I believe in standing up for our rights, standing up for our community, our neighbors. I don't want to get shot in the head for it. And if anybody out there is thinking that that can't happen here, what happened in Minneapolis, it can happen here. In a heartbeat, it can happen here. So I just really want to make sure everybody realizes how serious this is. Really glad Yuki's going to vote against this and strongly recommend that the council votes against it, that her committee votes against it. Really happy to hear that. Also happy for the support of the police chief. Walking back, this situation too. I think now that everybody realizes what the Trump administration is doing, now we're all kind of in high gear realizing how bad this really is. So really want to say thank you to everybody and the council today too. It was really interesting to be there. I also found it interesting when Jake said that the head of the JTTF, or maybe Marnie said it, was the person who killed Renee Good. So we get mixed up between what's ICE, what's JTTF. This would be Maui entering into an agreement with JTTF, and that is not okay. We don't want to enter into an agreement with murderers. This is not our country. So I just wanted to, I guess, just reiterate what other people are saying and maybe put a little bit more of an emotional side to it, that I just don't want to see. I don't want to see this happen on our island. And I will see you all at the protests and the rallies on Saturday. And I appreciate the support and the information we got today. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Just wanted to clarify, it didn't pass unanimously. But members, is there any questions for the testifier? No, it didn't. But are there any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we'll have Kelly King, followed by
James Langford.
James Langford. Okay. Kelly King, we're ready for your testimony.
Okay, I'm here. I don't see any way to unmute the camera, so I think that has to happen from your end, but I'm happy to speak without it.
The camera's enabled on our end.
They said the camera's enabled on our end. Is there a little icon on the top right of your screen?
There is, but it's blanked out. It's
Oh.
like gray, it's black, so I don't know what happened there. But it's okay, I can speak.
We can hear
My
you.
name is Kelly King, and, I've been a longtime resident, probably closer to 50 years now. Served on the county council and many other nonprofits on this island. And I watched a lot of really good things happen, and I watched some really bad things happen. This is a really bad thing, this idea of entering into this agreement. I also want to thank Maui Indivisible for all the information that they gave us, because it was really added a lot of clarity to it. And it does make me disappointed that the council passed this out of the full council the first time. I'm glad to hear Councilmember Paulton saying that it didn't pass unanimously, because I think that was said a couple of times earlier. But I'm also disappointed in Corp Council, because the first opinion they gave was that this was not a financial issue. Obviously, anything that uses our resources that we pay for as taxpayers is a financial obligation. So shame on them for getting that wrong. Some of the things that were said earlier, I don't think need to go back over, but I've been at some of these protests, especially the one that had over 5,000 people. We do not trust in our FBI, our current FBI, or DHS. Neither one of those organizations has our best interests at heart. And it is really scary to me that this effort is being made across the country, that counties and cities across the country are being asked to support this horrible effort that's ending in murder. So I'm hoping that there's some way that you guys could just convene on, I think Member Sugimura said February 6th was when she was rescheduling. I hope you can just convene and vote it down and not have to have 5 hours of testimony, because I think a lot of us feel the same way. I'm hoping that now that you understand the details that maybe some of you missed the first time, that there's no way you would pass this. Our issues with that national security memo that was talked about earlier, I think the police chief mentioned it, it violates our free speech. It violates the Constitution. Any renegotiation is going to be false renegotiation because we know this president doesn't respect the rule of law and he doesn't respect contracts. And of course, we're going to be seen as small potatoes that he can stomp all over. So there's really no point in renegotiating this contract. Just vote it down and let's get rid of it. And let's hear our council at least, and hopefully our mayor too, supporting the people of Maui. So that's all. I mean, I wanted to give my 2 cents, and I wanted to let you know that all of Maui, maybe not testifying today because it's a non-voting meeting, but I believe that there will be hundreds coming out in February when this gets reposted for a voting meeting, and I would like to see some kind of. I'm so happy that they came out early and said I don't support this because that's what we need to hear from. Just vote on it and be done with it. But the last thing I want to say is that I heard what Councilmember Sugimura said about her family. Both my parents were in the internment camps during World War II for about 4 years each in different states, Arizona and Colorado. And what I'm seeing right now happening across this country and what this agreement threatens is more of the same, is the horrible discrimination, the lack of compassion, the cruelty, the removal of free speech and dignity. And anyway, just thank you, Member Paulton, Chair Paulton, for hearing this so that some of us could come out and express our opinion early. And I'm really counting on you all to vote unanimously no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Member Sugimura.
This is for you, I guess.
For me.
I did
Sorry,
say I would submit.
we can
No.
release the
To answer their
testifier.
questions, they're giving out information that's incorrect. So in testimony, people are saying things that is contrary to what I said. And I just want you to know the date that I'm going to probably hear it with BFED is February 10th, not the 6th.
Oh, the 10th.
This was never voted by full council. That's another thing. So
Yeah, the 6th is full council meeting, the 10th is the BFED committee meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're just clarifying, the BFED committee meeting with Bill 92 is February 10th. February 6th is a full council meeting and it won't be on the agenda.
Not that I know of.
So February 10th. Okay, so yeah, I thought I heard you say it was the 6th, but maybe I got that part wrong.
It'll be on my memo.
It'll be on her memo, which she's submitting to the committee, and it'll be posted on Granicus after she submits it. Did anyone else have questions for the testifier? Nope. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next testifier.
Chair, the next testifier is James Langford, to be followed by Kahala Johnson on Teams.
Oh, you might need to press the unmute button so we can hear you.
Aloha, Chair. Nice to see you. Sorry, I sang that. I'm aware I cannot address or ask questions of people, but I'm testifying to suggest that some questions could be answered. Like before we work with the FBI on federal cases, I'll offer my own cases if the chief and the deputy chief want to work with me on an FBI case that I called in. They can work with me personally on it, and the lawyers from the police union guys. So you could ask them about that, and that would be like a starter case before we go full blown. Working with the feds. And then the other question is, are those the same guys he worked with after the massacre in Las Vegas? I need to know that. So Maui Indivisible, oh my goodness, what a beautiful presentation. I wish I understand how grief can hyper-focus people. And I want to thank Marnie for showing the way on how you can navigate grief in a peaceful way, to present information that allows people to make the right choices. Beautiful, Marty. You're amazing. And Yuki Lee, my mother also was snuck out of Germany as a royal Jewish baby in 1940. So I feel you on that. I grew up keeping those secrets, so you guys are blessed to have it all out in the open. So, Chair, yeah, if you could follow up and maybe find out if, you know, before we go task force, you know, because I'm like so thorough with you know, the book I'm writing on how all this works in order to mitigate my grief. So, and if Marty, you know, I mean, we're not personal friends or anything, but, you know, I'd love to support, you know, whatever needs you may have, or if you got it covered, you probably.
We might have lost your signal. Are you still there?
Thank you to Marnie, and you know, so yeah. Before we go big federal, why don't we take care of what's I've presented to the FBI? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
I love you.
Chair, the next testifier is Kahala Johnson on Teams, to be followed by Nale.
Kahala Johnson, we're ready for your testimony. You did unmute him, yeah?
Yeah, they're enabled on our end, so if they're there, they can go ahead and unmute and turn on their video and begin their testimony.
Dr. Johnson, are you there? We can circle back around as we still have testifiers. We can call up Nale next and then come back.
Yeah.
Aloha mai kākou, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to testify at this time. I'm actually here because, yeah, that Teams is kind of nails. It was a little bit glitchy this morning, and that's the reason why I'm here. But I want to thank Chair Lee for postponing this bill, as well as Vice Chair Sugimura for your staff's research on this bill and their communication that I've had with them for the last 2 weeks. I'm coming before you today out of disgust for what's been happening on the mainland, especially in Minnesota. But I am more concerned for our community, including our law enforcement. Jonathan Ross, who shot Renee Goods in testimony, is a part of the TTF up there. And my concern is that the kind of people that are going to be coming here. I have better faith in our law enforcement here than any agents that would come from the mainland, if that's where the Joint Task Force would be coming from. I believe that our officers here have a better sense of care for our community. It was shown here in Hawaii with that care on the Mauna with TMT, including not using the LRAD, which is being said to going to be used on the mainland. And I'm really grateful that that wasn't used here. There's too many cameras. When we had the TMT, there was a structure that was built up there, and there was over 100 cameras on that structure. And you could see all of the firearms. I don't know the difference of what kind of firearms they were used. Was pointed to the structure, but there was over 100 cameras being pointed at that structure with community leaders there, as well as kupuna telling there are people to stand down. And it was hard to watch. The AG Connors on the Hawaii news go on and say that there was an active shooter in the structure when it clearly showed that there was no active shooter there. So I asked, what is JTTF really for? There was a lot of talk about money this morning, and I'm really grateful that Chief is here today. Calls to the senator's office as well as to the governor's office. Nobody seems to be able to tell anybody what exactly ICE is. ICE, for one from the governor's office, is not police. But on every single camera, everything across social media, ICE has ICE, get ICE police. Some people got HSI, some people get HSI police. I don't even know what that is. Get ERO police. Who are these people? Because if a masked person came and stopped me or any of my family, Chief, we're going to go to the police station and drop them off over there to your place, okay? To ask, who the hell is this person? Because we don't know who they are. And I truly believe that if the job is to get, unfortunately, illegal immigrants, then there's a way to do that. But not tossing people to the ground. That video of a kupuna being let out of a home with no more shirt and boxer shorts, I could not even imagine if something like that happened over here. And he was a citizen. That was unacceptable. And I really hope, I don't want the JTTF is so that we can make sure that our officers are at the front line so our community is not damaged. But having to sign something like this with whatever is going on, this is ridiculous. So I'm grateful for Vice Chair Sugimura for you looking into this to see what exactly is going on. And it would be nice for the community to have some answers of what exactly are those agents. Because if they are coming tomorrow, I would rather our people be prepared than not. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Member Sinensi.
Mahalo Nale for your testimony. And I was just thinking while you were speaking, you know, does it, and I can ask Chief when it comes to time, but do these JTTF officers need to come from the mainland? Is more questions you're posing, is ICE recruiting here? And are people, you know, signing up for you know, that are our local people too? So I was just, I'll inquire of that when it comes, but I mean, you bring up some very good issues and concerns. Thank you.
Mahalo. Yeah, there's nothing on the DHS website either about who is who. Nobody, the public doesn't know. So if we have people reacting, then that means that our community members from the law enforcement is going to have to deal with the angry community, and it's not their fault because there's no information who the hell these people are. We're going to react. People are going to react because they're going to want to protect. And then that means our law enforcement is going to have to step in to have to calm down our people, which is stupid. Because most of our people, I do believe that it's better here than up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We can circle back to Dr. Johnson. Are you available? Kahala Johnson. And thank you to the chief and first deputy. We'll be having Assistant Chief Joy Medeiros for the remainder of the meeting to participate in our discussion. They have to go to an interview. Kahala Johnson, is there more testifiers? We can come back to him.
Yeah, Chair, we can go to, excuse me, to Anne in the council chamber.
Anne in the council chamber?
Aloha, Chair Paulton and council members. Thanks for taking on this very controversial issue, Bill 92. I want to cite two really nationally recognized, reputable sources of information. I believe informed Americans are the best
Anne,
defense.
do you mind putting the microphone more close to your mouth?
Sorry, I thought I wasn't talking loud enough. Yeah, I really believe that informed Americans are the best defense of democracy. Anyway, one of them is the Brennan Center for Justice, which is a a nationally recognized progressive nonpartisan law policy institute associated with the NYU Law School that works to reform, revitalize, and defend our country's systems of democracy and justice. The other one is from the ACLU, National ACLU. There's both press release statements about the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. The first one is kind of dated. It happened after 9/11. February 2021. Bad partners. Why local law enforcement should leave FBI Joint Terrorism Task Forces. They stated that JTTFs collaborate with local law enforcement using methods that undermine local controls and evade transparency. They inflict harm on local communities through racial profiling, harassment, suspicionless surveillance, and investigations and exploitation of immigration enforcement, all of which are authorized under federal guidelines loosened after 9/11. And I want to add, they were further loosened once this national security presidential memo by Trump, which was enacted in September 2025, 3 days after the second vote on Bill 92, which has changed, this has changed everything. So anyway, the FBI relies on the labor of state and local law enforcement officers assigned to the JTTFs who agree to follow federal guidelines, even if they conflict with state and local law, policies, and regulations. The municipalities of Oakland and San Francisco in California and Portland, Oregon have withdrawn their contract with the JTTF, citing all these noted complaints I listed above by the Brennan Center of Justice. And this is from the ACLU. This was September 2025, a press release. ACLU statement on the Trump administration's memorandum targeting political opponents. The ACLU criticizes the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Forces for partnering with local law enforcement, arguing these partnerships have been used to inappropriately surveil, so a lot of echoes from the Brennan Center for Justice, inappropriately surveil and target peaceful, political, religious, and social justice activists rather than solely focusing on terrorism, citing instances of the JTTFs investigating groups based on political viewpoints and the potential for overreach. The ACLU has filed lawsuits and called for more transparency and local oversight to protect civil liberties like privacy and free speech. The NSMPM-7 from September 2025 memorandum, also known as Countering Domestic Terrorism and Organized Political Violence, is part of the president's larger pattern of abusing his power to target critics through invocations of law enforcement, national security, and financial sanctions of authorities.
The timer did ring. If you could wrap it up. And
I have like my last sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, this memorandum orders the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are FBI-operated partnerships between federal law and intelligence agencies and state and local law enforcement, to investigate and disrupt groups and individuals under the guise of addressing political violence and domestic terrorism. Groups like Indivisible. JTTFs already have a long history of investigations that have wrongly targeted protesters, communities of colors, and those engaged in dissent. The memorandum also instructs the Treasury Secretary, Attorney General, and head of the IRS to investigate donors and funders of these civil society groups and activists. That's all I have.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll circle back. Dr. Johnson, are you available online? I don't know if anyone has his phone number to text him, but is there more testifiers?
Dr. Johnson is currently the last individual signed up.
Dr. Johnson, you're currently the last individual signed up. Are you available to give your testimony at this time? I believe they're unmuted on our end.
Yes.
So there's a little microphone icon in the upper right if you are available to give testimony. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. My understanding is Kahala had to leave.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you want to do a last call?
Yes, this is the last call for oral testimony. Please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Microsoft Teams if you would like to testify. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, and no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you. Members, any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony into the record?
No objections.
Okay, that's what we will do. I'd like to open the floor for discussion. I propose a few rounds of questions. Each member can have 3 minutes per round. And we have Assistant Chief Joy Medeiros. I think this is the first time we have her as an Assistant Chief, so yay us. And then we have Jake Carton. Miss Masuda wasn't feeling well, and so she had to leave. We have Corporation Counsel Colby here. And I believe member Hadrin, the committee vice chair, had a function she had to go to, and she left her questions with member Sinensi. If it's okay with the members, I'll like to give member Sinensi 3 minutes for member Hadrin's questions, and then 3 minutes for his questions, and then circle around to member Batangan and go that way. Is there any objection to that plan of action? Everyone's okay? Okay, so member Sinensi, if you would ask the questions that member Hadrins had left with you, and then when that's done, you can have your own turn.
Oh, okay. And she did, Chair, she did ask some of my questions, but I'll ask hers. Her first question was, does the council, maybe the first 2 is for maybe staff to address. Number 1, does the council have records of previous MOUs that we can reference? Number 2, since 2002, how much money has been spent on the MOUs from MPD and from the county? And she did request if member Sugimura is having her meeting on the 10th, if that information could be shared at that time.
So I think the question goes to, because in the presentation by Chief Pelletier, he did reference memorandums of or intergovernmental agreements dating back to 2002. So we can write it out and send it to possibly the department. If there's copies of the intergovernmental agreement dating back to 2002 to the present time, and how much money the county has spent in relation to those intergovernmental agreements annually. Is that good? And so we'll send those questions to the police department. Is it okay, a lawyer, if we receive the questions and send it to the BFED committee? Is that legally okay? Any lawyer? That's those parliamentary council procedure.
Chair, I would think that Councilmember Sugimura, as the chair of BFED, could do a transmittal of informational documents, much as you did transmitting information from BFED committee to this committee.
Okay, you understand how to get that. Okay, so we won't send it, but you can pull the information and post it on the 10th. Okay, so everybody happy with that? Okay.
She had 2 more questions, and I don't know who this would be directed to. Without the MOU, can the federal government still come to Hawaii, to Maui, and impose its jurisdiction? That was the other one. And her last question was, should, as stated earlier, if we have an attack on Maui County, what would happen without this MOU?
Like a 9/11 kind of terrorist attack.
Yes.
Okay, I believe that would be for Assistant Chief Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair.
So yes, if there is no MOU, the federal government can still come to our county and enforce laws. As for the, if something was to happen, it does kind of make it difficult. What happens with the JTTF is it actually affords us more information to prevent something from happening. Without that information, we wouldn't know here. And they also provide more resources.
Yeah, and thank you for that. That was one of the reasons why I voted for it the first time. And I just said, for my opportunity, Chair, my question was, the chief mentioned that he was going to hold back on the approval of this iteration, or upping this. If he holds back on this one, does the previous one still stay in effect, or does it expire?
That would probably be a question for Assistant Chief.
I believe it stays in effect.
Also, it does, and so it would be the older version that is still in effect.
Correct.
Okay.
And we are in writing asking for a copy of that.
And we're going to be asking for the copy.
Yeah.
And then for Mr. Carton, did you understand that the older version would still be in effect?
Yes, our concern, as we've stated already, the police have, the MPD have officially said they lost this last contract in effect. So we are wondering if the council would ask the MPD, and they've known about this for months now, would they ask the MPD to ask the FBI, who they contracted with, for a copy of that contract so that it can be provided to all of us and be transparent?
Okay, and
Oh, looks like Assistant Chief may have an answer.
Okay, Assistant Chief,
We have reached out to the FBI for a copy.
would that be the older version of the FBI? Or the new one?
Whichever MOU that is currently still in effect.
I think they got fired, those guys. Okay. Thank you for my opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Sinenci. I just was wondering if this body did vote on it, a previous iteration, would we not have that in our council records as well? Ms. Nakata, do you know? Like, if we did a Control F JTTF thing?
Chair, I believe that if the council did enact an ordinance approving an intergovernmental agreement, that we would have a copy of the ordinance.
Okay, maybe we also, maybe our committee staff can try look, or, I mean, it's all public information, so somebody can look back through past
What is your question?
Member Rollins Fernandez?
What is your question? Because I might have the answer.
The question was, all sorts of people want to see the previous intergovernmental agreement, and if we had previously voted on it, it should be a matter of public record. That is one way that the previous intergovernmental agreement could be tracked down from the computer world data storage place.
I believe in the meeting minutes, or I believe at the committee meeting, BFED on September 5th, that it was like 3 years ago that we last updated it.
Okay, so don't look anywhere closer than 3 years ago. If anyone really wants to track that down before February 10th meeting, the last time it was updated was 3 years ago, so that would be 3 years ago, 2025, about 2022-ish. And probably either BFED or Great Committee, I would imagine. Or council agenda. Okay, Member Sinenci, does that conclude your opportunity?
Yeah, I can defer to the other members, Chair.
Okay, Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start off by thanking Member Sinenci for his last question, because I had always just assumed that if the last one expired, we're updating this because the last one expired. I didn't realize that there would still be an agreement in effect until another one is agreed upon to supersede it. So then I have a question for Assistant Chief. First of all, congratulations. I haven't seen you since your promotion. I just want to welcome you to the new role.
Thank you.
I believe Chief mentioned that he had amendments he wanted to propose. Are those going to be available before the bill gets heard at the next BFED meeting? Or is that something that MPD would have to go to the state and to the FBI with to get approval before we can consider that language?
Correct. They would have to work it out with the FBI first and then have those revisions available.
Okay. So when we take up the this item next, it's not going to have the chief's recommendation. So would the department have a position on whether or not it would want us to hold off? I think I heard Chief state that he was going to pull back the bill, but I'm confused as to what the mechanics are going to be for us hearing this without the department's proposed amendments.
I imagine if he's pulling back that iteration, we could file it or vote it down because that's no longer a one that he's putting forward. So to get like base everyone, that's not the one. We could either file it, we could vote against it, and then it would be waiting, I guess, if anything comes out of new discussions with MPD and FBI.
Okay.
I don't know the FBI's timeline for negotiating with the chief. Are you aware at all?
No.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, continue on with, I mean, if that answered your question, I'm not sure.
Kind of. I guess I would have a question for the BFED chair then. So if we have a version of the bill that the department no longer supports, do we need to bring it up in committee?
Great question. So this bill that's been sitting in my committee, right, waiting for, I described it in the memo that I read, and we need to bring up this bill. And whatever action the committee wants to do, I made my recommendation so that we can move forward. And it'll be out of BFED, and it'll go to full council for a final vote. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, and then for full council, if it were to move forward, it would require 2 readings. At full council, if we vote against it, it's just the 1 reading, so. For the watching public who may not be aware of how it works.
Thank you for
Sorry,
that
Chair.
clarification.
Now I have another. If we vote it down in committee, does it have to go to full council? Like, we could vote to file it, correct? Oh, it needs a vehicle? It still needs to stay active within the committee?
Need to be finalized in full council.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
That concludes your opportunity. Member Batangan? Okay. Member Sugimura? Oh, you don't have any?
I'm going to submit what you requested, and I think it'll clarify some of the statements that have come up in testimony and questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Charlie, your opportunity?
I have no questions, but I want everybody to know that I'm voting no, a resounding no, on the current version that we have before us. Thank you.
Good. You missed a big cheer in the crowd over here. Okay, Member Johnson?
Okay, so some of my questions were already asked and answered. So presently, according to Assistant Chief Medeiros, again, congratulations on your promotion. You know, she started on Lanai, I get to say that, but she didn't really, she came to Lanai, and I really appreciated your service on the island. So happy to have you on the other side here. So the FBI JTTF IGA is in effect. You said yes. And we were curious if it's a yearly agreement. You answered that. It's 3 years ago we went in an agreement and it just stayed as it is? Okay, just wanted to clarify on that. You know, it's really hard for me to feel empowered in a process with the federal government. You know, I feel like this is our wheelhouse, the county. I know my departments, I know the officers. I feel that's our strength. It's really hard to kind of debate the feds because they're not even, you know, around, and they're going to do what they're going to do, obviously. But whatever I can do, I'm going to try to do on this overreach that's been happening and the tragedies that have been happening. So just want to let everyone know, I'll try to do what I can, but understand that this body is very far removed from the decision makers up there, but I still want to stay strong and do what we can do. So those were my questions, and that was my statement, and I'm done. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so I went back and looked at the meeting minutes, and so the discussion went, Deputy Director Maeda, why does the FBI feel that it needs to do this at this time to put together the Joint Task Force on Terrorism? And he said that the task force was formed in 2002, and they meet monthly to go over some of the terrorism or any threats of terrorism. Strictly the act of terrorism. Terrorism doesn't exist. We have to be aware to prevent it at all costs, to protect the citizens of the U.S. So we're going through the memorandum, and then he said, okay, so we've had one like this since 2002. How often does it need to be reauthorized? And he said, we were advised that it should be renewed on an annual basis. At the very minimum, we tried to do it every 2 years. So I know earlier I said that it was 3 years ago, but it may be 2 years ago, not 3 years ago. In committee last September, I explained that this made me feel nervous. I know that you said it doesn't have anything to do with Homeland Security, ICE, and all that. Just seeing the heads of those departments, it really undermines my confidence in it holding the best interests of our people. And I don't know, boots on the ground, if it'll be a different story. And I feel a tremendous amount of, I don't feel a tremendous amount of trust right now when it comes to those federal agencies. And I kind of don't really want to have anything to do with them back in September, and even more so now. And so back in September, I explained that I feel inclined to vote against this bill because I don't really have that trust in what they were doing, but even back then, and even more so now. So I voted no in committee. I voted no at full council on first reading, and I'll just continue to hold that position. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Member Cook, your opportunity.
Thank you. My question's for Corp Counsel. This discussion about federal and federal, state / county authority in law enforcement. It seems like it's an interpretation of the law. I'm looking at that like, okay, well, who and what decides what's legal and what's inappropriate? And where does the federal jurisdiction and the local jurisdiction overlap, and where do they collide? I know it's a big question, but to me, that's the real big thing. I have all the trust in the world in our local MPD. I mean, they're friends, family, local, and our fear and concern about people coming in. So could you kind of just let me know where the county is if somebody came and they started doing this stuff like on the mainland? Do we have jurisdiction? Thank you for answering my easy question.
Well, I think you've already pointed out that it's a pretty complicated question. And I'm assuming you mean that the police department take action, or are you asking about this body?
I mean, if the people came in, ICE or federal agents, like they're doing on the mainland, and they weren't invited, and they start doing what they're doing to enforce their rules but it's in contrast to our Constitution, in contrast to our local police deals. It appears to me that's what's sort of happening at the mainland in the big conflict, where governors and mayors aren't in agreement and federal agents are coming in, and that's why I feel and sense and hear people's really concerned.
Okay, Member Cook, I don't want to get too far afield, but I would say this, that what you would do is look at the jurisdiction of an agency and see whether or not what they're doing would fall within that agency's jurisdiction. From a geographical point of view, the federal government has a pretty broad jurisdictional geography, even perhaps outside of the United States. But those are really hard questions, and it really depends on the implementation of the statutes and code provisions at the federal level. Same thing with the state. So if it's the state that is going to be taking some action that maybe the local law enforcement doesn't agree with, we would make that same analysis. And so I'm trying to speak in general terms because I don't want to, put any of us on the hook for making terms about whether or not they are exceeding their jurisdiction or not. But generally speaking, it's hierarchical. The states have to follow federal law. Local jurisdictions need to follow state law and federal law. Law enforcement officers are sworn to uphold state and federal law. So the strange area you get into, Member Cook, when there are people who are challenging whether or not the law enforcement agency is acting outside of its authority or ultra vires, that's for courts to decide. And I think the only thing we can really do is try to enforce what our authority is, and really on a case-by-case basis, try and figure out whether or not there's some judicial challenge that needs to be made.
Thank you for that. So I just think we need to support our local MPD through all this process and not throw them in the same category as that other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. For my opportunity, I also never voted for this bill. I didn't vote against it. I just walked out. I would just say, Minneapolis is in Hennepin County. And while I've never been to Minnesota, a number of us in this room is friends with the chair of Hennepin County. Like, we know people from Minnesota from going to national conferences. We had dinner in DC at last year's legislative conference with the chair of Hennepin County, Irene Fernando. So it's not as though we don't know people in Minnesota. Mary Jo McGuire is from Minnesota, our past National Association of Counties president. So we're not talking about a place where we don't know anybody or we're solely relying on television or social media news. We're in contact with our colleagues in Hennepin County. She was at the press conference where their congressperson was attacked. She's in the video. So it's not like it is some far off place where we know real people and we have real connections. And I believe her because I know her from before that. And so I don't know that under this administration, the things that have been illustrated are false, and any federal organization that immediately after a shooting happens says the narrative that becomes obviously untrue when you watch it with your own eyes, I have a problem with entering into an agreement with that. So that's all I have to say. I'm not only looking at social media. I'm not only looking at television news. I'm talking about people we actually know and love. Commissioner Fernando is super cool. She's the youngest county commissioner chair in Hennepin County. She's the first person of color woman county chair of Hennepin County. And she's a super cool chick. So when she says, and when we see these things happening in her county, I'm super appalled, you know, and to say, oh, that will never happen here. I'm sure she, Mary Jo McGuire, all the folks in Minnesota never expected that to happen there. So, I mean, that's just the personal aspect to things is we know Irene Fernando. We know she's the chair of Hennepin County, and we know she's suffering through this. She out there in minus 40-degree weather speaking to her constituents, standing right alongside them. And so for people to say that that's not happening, who have they spoke to in Minnesota that they've known prior to this administration that's in the middle of things, you know? So that would just be my comment. Does anyone have a need for a second round? Nope. Any closing? Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. So in that same exchange, Deputy Chief Maeda explained that intelligence gathering organization, which comprises a whole bunch of agencies, which also consists of the 4 counties' police departments. And we share information on terrorism, trends of terrorism, and of course, if anybody gets information on a terrorist or a possible terrorist attacks exist, then it would notify us. So my question to Assistant Chief Mares, and congratulations and mahalo for being with us, is would you still want to, or could you still meet with the other police departments, like just the county, because there could still be value in that, even if it's not with the federal agencies. Because with the federal agencies, it goes that so the JTTF task force would never come over. Its members of the FBI would assist if it's involved in explosive device, and we get the guys from HPD, Kauai Big Island, all depending on the situation and the gravity of the situation, how big the event was. So would you still want to, and could you meet with the other police departments?
Yes, we definitely could still meet with the other police departments. What he's also talking about is a lot of resources. Sometimes, maybe as police departments, we don't have those capabilities, and that's the reason why we go out to the federal government.
Yeah, okay, mahalo for that. Do you need an IGA for that, or is that something you folks can just do with the other police departments?
We usually communicate just information.
So even if this Bill 92 didn't pass, you could still meet with the other county police departments to share intel, etc.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. And in reading that again, where it talks about terrorism, with the federal level, with the Trump administration redefining what terrorism and terrorists are, those that oppose fascism, those that oppose ICE, those that just oppose this administration are now terrorists. That's also concerning. That just how the definition of terrorists has intentionally been changed to go after political opponents of the current presidential administration. Mahalo, Chair.
Anyone else need a second round? Oh, Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. And before we, I guess, if we're going to move on, my only question is if the older MOU is still in effect, even though we vote down this one. And I thought I did hear Chief say that he might have some amendments to the current one. I mean, would this be an opportunity for us to change? I mean, I know as Member Rollins Fernandez said, we cannot change the definition of terrorists with this new, but can we make the, if we cannot find the old one, or if we cannot amend the old one, or cancel the old one, is this the opportunity where we change it, change the current one?
The issue is we can't change anything
That's already been
one-sided. It would be subject to the approval of FBI. If it's an agreement or a contract, we cannot just write whatever we want and say, here's your contract. Like, they're gonna, it's a conversation, and some of us have concerns about who we're conversating with currently.
It's a vote up or down.
Well, I guess, ultimately, if the chief does pursue this, we'd have to wait and see what he's able to negotiate after having heard the presentation and the testimony and whatnot. But it's not a situation, to my understanding, where he could write what we here feel comfortable with and say, here's our intergovernmental agreement. It would need to be something that both sides could agree to, and Assistant Chief can chime in if I'm off base or on point or whatever.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Colton?
Thank you, Councilmember Senenzi. I heard you say we cannot cancel it. There is provisions in the current boilerplate agreement that I'm sure the FBI just handed over to the MPD here that allows for terminating the agreement or actually pulling out of working in the agreement. Of course, that doesn't terminate the agreement. The agreement itself, if you read the fine print in this version, which I'm sure is very similar to the one currently in effect, it says the agreement can only be terminated by mutual agreement. So the FBI has to agree to terminate it. However, the MPD can pull out participation. It's a weird thing in the agreement. What would happen, though, is you have a 2-year commitment for the officers, the MPD officers that have been already detailed or deputized by the FBI. I don't know where they are in their term of 2 years. They've received specific training, and therefore they're locked in for 2 years. It would be good to ask the police department of the, and I believe it's 4 officers, according to the budget committee testimony that was last fall, there are 4 officers currently in the JTTF who are part of the MPD. And you could ask the start dates of those 4 officers who are in the JTTF. If it was any time a while ago, then their terms would expire within the 2 years of their start. There's also, I think, a 60-day notice provision in the contract. So it would take a couple months if all these 4 officers started their terms earlier. So if the council would like to instruct the MPD to start pulling out now from the JTTF, I think there are ways to do that and information to gather to find out how quickly they will be out of it. Thank you.
But voting down the current MOU would end any continuing financial commitments from the county, this current one.
This current one in effect right now.
Yeah, would end all financial commitments.
What I'm saying is it doesn't immediately end it. You have to find out the start dates of the officers right now in the JTTF and see when their terms expire in the JTTF. Because right now that financial commitment is to pay for their salaries, their benefits, their leave, all that. Once they are instructed to leave the JTTF properly under the contract, that's when the financial commitments end.
Okay, Chair, can we send that correspondence asking if there are any current JTTF from the last MOU and what are their commitment dates?
I believe we may have one part-time, but I would have to get that specific numbers for you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Steph, you got that to add to the letter?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. All right. Members, we still have 2 more items. If there are no objections, the chair will defer this item. Okay. Also, staff has asked for a little bit of time to prepare the setup for the next item. So any objection to a 10-minute recess? Okay. So we will be in recess and we'll return at 2:53. Electric bike safety, and then DRIP 9.8 will be after that, strengthening public safety through technology. These were 7Bs at the request of Chair Lee was the electric bike and Ms. Nishiki was the technology. Okay, so recess till 2:53 and we'll get it set up for the next one. Thank you for that brief recess, and welcome back, members. The time is 2:55, and the DRIP committee is reconvening. We're on to DRIP 9.6 about electric bicycle safety. Under Rule 7B of the Rules of the Council, the committee intends to receive a presentation of 5 to 10 minutes from the Maui Bicycling League relating to electric bike safety. The committee may discuss electric bike safety matters with the Maui Bicycling League and the Department of Police. The committee's discussion may involve potential legislation to ensure safer operations of electric bicycles. The committee may also discuss other related matters. No legislative action will be taken. And members, just as a side note, this meeting agenda was decided and posted prior to knowing about the legislation that got referred to Member Cook's committee at the last council meeting. So there is e-bike legislation. It was introduced based on a request. This item, the 7B, is based on a request by Chair Lee, as there has been a growing concern of electric bicycle safety in the county. The Consumer Product Safety Commission reported that there was a 21% rise in injuries associated with micro-mobility devices, including electric bicycles in 2022 from 2021. The City and County of Honolulu recently enacted a bill, now Ordinance 25-6, to regulate the possession and use of electric bicycles, and a copy of that legislation can be found under Granicus number 2. The State House of Representatives are also working on a proposed draft bill relating to electric bicycles and other micromobility devices. A copy of the draft state bill is under Granicus number 1. This bill may have been introduced as HB 2021. So at this time, I'd love to have any opening comments and presentations from Maui Bicycling League and Police. We had previously designated at the start of the meeting Lee Chamberlain as a resource. I also see Ms. Saman Dias, who is also with Maui Bicycling League online. Any objections to designating Saman Dias as another resource for this item?
No objections.
Okay.
No objections.
Thank you. Okay, if Maui Bicycling League is ready with their presentation, and then we can go to any opening comments from the police.
Sounds good. I would open up by, first of all, thanking the County Council. I am Saman Dias, Maui Bicycling League Chair. And I would like to take this opportunity to mahalo our council member, Tamara Paulton, for this invitation to present the e-bike safety concerns, and also thanking Council Chair and the council members for this opportunity. And with that, I'd like to introduce Lee Chamberlain as our subject matter expert, and I thought it would be appropriate to give a little introduction to show his background and experience and relevant to this subject. Our presenter today is Lee Chamberlain, a former U.S. Army aviator and retired Department of Justice special agent and pilot. After federal services, he founded RideSmart Maui Electric Bikes, the first professional e-bike business on Maui, where he helped educate the community and advocate for the adoption of Hawaii e-bike law. Having sold the RideSmart Maui Electric Bike business in 2022, Lee currently serves as a commissioner on the Maui Cost of Government Commission and as advocacy chair for the Maui Bicycling League, and continues to focus on e-bike safety and advocating for bike and pedestrian infrastructure across Maui. And with that, Lee, take it away.
Good afternoon. Thank you, council members and Saman, for allowing me to go ahead and make the presentation. I think it's an important subject. And let's see if I can go ahead and get my share up here. And let me know if you see my screen. Is it being shared by any chance?
Not yet. There may be a delay. Are you on PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Good job.
Okay, good, good.
Awesome. Okay.
Awesome, exactly. Okay, purpose of presentation is to provide clear, consistent information on e-bike safety and regulations. Support public safety, especially for pedestrians, Kiki and Kapuna. Encourage responsible e-bike use as part of Maui's sustainable transportation future. Obviously, there's, as Tamara Paulton has mentioned, there's a rapid growth of e-bikes and e-mobility. There's a lot of public confusion over legality, and there's safety concerns for youth and pedestrians. That's a reason for this particular meeting and the subject that is being addressed here in the council chambers. So what is an e-bike? E-bike is an electric bicycle that is equipped with a fully operable pedals for human propulsion, an electric motor with a power output of less than 750 watts or 1 horsepower, a maximum speed of 20 miles per hour when powered solely by the motor. E-bikes are classified as bicycles under federal law. They're regulated as consumer products, not motor vehicles, and they must comply with safety standards set by the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Here is a chart and why it matters. First of all, it supports enforcement clarity, improves safety, and prevents unintentional violations. As you can see in the chart, there are clear distinctions in the chart. First of all, are the 3 e-bike classifications, class 1, 2, and 3. There's no such thing as a class 4 e-bike. E-bike classes 1, 2, and 3, as you can see, are limited specifically by motors under 750 watts. They are either pedal assist or limited throttle. They have max speeds of 20 to 28 miles per hour, as noted in class 3 e-bike, 28 miles per hour. And they're illegal on public roads and bike facilities with restrictions for class 3. Also included in the chart is the moped, which is a class C. And that's normally 2 horsepower, and it has a limitation of 20 miles per hour. And there's electric foot scooters. And then we have also not street legal devices. The electric foot scooters are regulated separately by county ordinance, and speed and operating areas are restricted. And the not street legal devices include e-motos, dirt bikes, electric unicycles, hoverboards, and electric skateboards. They are not permitted on public streets, bike paths, or sidewalks. Important clarification from the chart is that any device that exceeds 750 watts or provides motor assistance above 28 miles per hour or operates like a motorcycle is not an e-bike under federal and Hawaii law. Such devices are treated as motor vehicles and require proper registration, licensing, and insurance. How e-bike motors are activated. And why this is important. How an e-bike delivers power has important implications for safety, rider behavior, and facility compatibility. While motor wattage and speed define legality, the type of power activation affects how abruptly and predictably an e-bike accelerates. Throttle-activated power. The motor engages by twisting a grip or pressing a thumb lever. No pedaling is required to move the bike. It's common on Class 2 e-bikes. Safety considerations. Immediate acceleration can surprise riders and pedestrians. There's a higher risk of loss of control at low speeds or in crowded areas. It often resembles motorcycle operation, contributing to public confusion. Pedal assist, cadence sensor. Motor activates when the pedals are moved or pushed, rotated by the rider. The system is based on pedal rotation, not force. Common on Class 1 and some Class 3 bikes. Safety considerations. It's more predictable than throttles. Can still deliver power abruptly if cadence sensors are poorly tuned. Requires rider awareness when starting from a stop. Pedal assist, torque sensor. The motor responds to how hard the rider pedals. Power output increases smoothly with the rider effort, and common and high quality Class 1 and Class 3 e-bikes. Safety considerations. First of all, the pedal assist torque sensor system has the most natural bicycle feel. It's smooth, proportional acceleration, generally considered the safest and most intuitive system for shared use environments. Why this matters for policy and planning. Different activation systems result in very different riding behavior, even at the same legal speed. Torque sensing, pedal assist tends to align best with multi-use paths, urban bike areas, and areas with pedestrians and slower riders. Throttle dominant designs can blur the line between bicycles and motor vehicles. Understanding how power is delivered helps explain why two legal e-bikes can feel and behave very differently in real-world conditions. If it speeds over 28 miles per hour, it's not an e-bike. It's an unregistered motor vehicle. Here's the Chiron example of an e-motorcycle. It is not an e-bicycle. It is an e-motorcycle. And they require registration. And this is where the dominant problem is the assist as far as the youth goes. They love these bikes. Again, if it exceeds this power and speed limit, 750 watts and 28 miles per hour, has motorcycle controls, has no upper pedals, and they're not allowed on bike paths. These are unregistered motor vehicles. High-speed e-bikes are a growing safety concern. The problem is some commercially sold devices are marketed as e-bikes, but reach 40 plus miles an hour and exceed 750 watts. Here you can see in this slide that there are pedals. There's a sprocket, there's a chain drive, and there's a very large motor in the back on the rear wheel. So this bike, apparently, because of the size of the motor, and probably because it has a throttle, would not be considered an e-bike. It would be considered an e-motorcycle. Hawaii, the rules and regulations. Well, I guess there's some changes going on right now, but anyway, currently what's understood is to own and operate an e-bike in Hawaii, it must be minimum age of 15. There's a registration required of $30. Must meet federal low-speed e-bike definition and comply with safety standards. And I noticed that in the county website that there is no classification for e-bikes and the registration requirement of $30. It's still, the only thing that's listed there is bicycles, which I think is $15. So what I've done is I've brought to the council's attention here, which I think should be a case study for relative to new laws being implemented here in Maui relative to e-bikes. California's always been a bellwether for e-bikes. And California 2026 e-bike reforms provide a real-world policy roadmap for addressing safety, enforcement, and consumer protection issues now emerging in Maui. Why California acted. As of January 1st, 2026, they decided because of the high growth of high-powered devices marketed e-bikes, increased crashes involving minors, rising lithium-ion battery fires in homes and apartments, confusion among parents, retailers, and law enforcement, they decided to go ahead and implement new laws, which you see up on the screen. Additionally, the key policy shifts in California are, number one is the parents and guardians can now be held legally responsible for minors' illegal use of e-bikes. Explicit prohibition on advertising or selling non-compliant devices as e-bikes. And mandatory UL 2849 battery safety certification for all new e-bikes sold in California. And there's got to be a clear statutory statement that devices exceeding 750 watts or 20 miles per hour are not e-bikes. Relevance to Maui. Maui is experiencing similar confusion and misuse, especially among youth. Early education clarity can reduce the need for punitive enforcement, and clear definitions protect. Maui Bicycling Week perspective, e-bike safety concerns recommendations for Maui are, first of all, because of the rapid growth of e-bikes, electric mobility devices in Maui, retail marketing offering disabled high-powered devices as legal e-bikes, large box retailers not consistently following e-bike laws in Hawaii, and operators must be at least 15 years old. Children under 15 should not be sold e-bikes. All low-speed electric bicycles with wheels 20 inches or larger must be registered with the county one time, $30 fee. Local bike shops typically facilitate registration. This is not consistently done by all retailers, online retailers, and used e-bike market. Biggest issue is lack of understanding of existing laws and rules, education needed. Enforcement challenge, some individuals know the rules but choose not to follow them. So e-bike safety tips, first of all, follow traffic laws, same rules as traditional bicycles. Be visible, use lights and reflective clothing, especially at night. Inspect your e-bike regularly, brakes, tires, chain, and battery. Use the right facilities. Class 3 bikes should not use sidewalks or multi-use paths. Practice battery safety. So clarity improves safety, protects legitimate e-bike use, and supports active transportation. So, importance of this is, first of all, what should be gained from this presentation is know your e-bike class, follow the Hawaii state law and Maui County rules, use protective gear and proper lighting, ride with law and awareness, and e-bikes are part of Maui's transportation future. Thank you very much. If anybody has any questions, I'm ready to take them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chamberlain. It looks like this version was an updated version from what we have on Granicus. Would you mind sending that in to committee staff so we can upload the latest version of the presentation?
Of course, don't mind that at all. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll hold questions until after public testimony has taken place. I did want to give Assistant Chief Medeiros or our Corporation Counsel, Colby, the opportunity to make any opening remarks if they so choose. It's not required, but if you had anything you wanted to, any opening remarks you wanted to share with the committee or the public.
First off, Mr. Chamberlain, thank you very much for your presentation. You know, I do agree that education is important regarding the use of e-bikes. You know, for 2025, for law enforcement, we actually responded to about 134 calls for service involving e-bikes, and it's whether it's youth driving reckless on the roadways, doing wheelies in and out of traffic. And for us, especially being in our marked vehicles, the unfortunate thing is if we try and stop these individuals, they actually flee from us. And to prevent further hazards, we actually hold back, right? But with a great part of and efforts going out to our juvenile crime prevention division, they were doing e-bike campaigns that really, they documented about 26 incidences which really resulted in 28 arrests of juveniles, and we seized 12 bikes. Right, so that tells you that education is needed. So thank you very much. And I think, if we message out there that technically if you are breaking the laws, right, you're either going to get cited, arrested, and you're going to get your bike seized, and that's just to prevent, injury to the operator, to others. And more importantly, we don't want anybody dying on our roadways because of this type of operation of their e-bikes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assistant Chief. Mr. Chamberlain, do you mind ending the screen share so people can, I guess, see each other? Mr. Colby, no opening comments? Okay. Staff, do we have anyone signed up to give testimony?
Chair, no individuals have signed up to testify. If anyone would like to testify, please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams. The count is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Oh, Saman. Saman, did you want to give some testimony?
Yes, I would like to actually just stress one of the concerns which was outlined in the presentation, but I'd like to verbally stress it, where when you go to Costco, you will notice the small folding e-bikes are being sold. And you will also notice very young children riding that e-bike. And those e-bikes should not be sold to children under 15. Now, with experience, I know when you buy an e-bike from a retail bike shop, they won't sell it to my knowledge, they won't sell it to under 15. So I'm not really sure how you folks would enforce, or if there's a rule like, large box stores, that it's a huge craziness of e-bikes running around with children. Sometimes I end up chasing them down here near Maui Prep, asking either, wear a helmet or give them the advice that really be careful riding these bikes. So I just want to stress that point when you folks are creating any kind of bills to really have consideration for that. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further testifiers?
That's all the testifiers we have. So just do the countdown again. 3, 2, 1. Seeing no one else, Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Thank you. With no objection, I will close public testimony and enter any written testimony into the record. Okay. I think one round should be sufficient because we do have actual legislation in Member Cook's committee. We have some excellent resources. Maybe they would be willing if Member Cook wanted them as well, but that was a fabulous presentation. And I did see Member Sinensi initially with his hand up, so we'll start here and work our way this way.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question for Assistant Chief. And you mentioned 28 seizures of e-bikes?
28 arrests.
Oh, 28 arrests.
Yeah, 12 seizures.
12 seizures. Yes. And this is mainly for riding on the road and not on the sidewalk?
More reckless driving, driving out of license. So talking about doing wheelies on the road in traffic.
Okay, and but you cannot ride the e-bike on the road, but you can ride the e-motorcycle on the road with registration. Is that correct?
E-motorcycle, yes.
Oh, okay. All right, that was my question, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, it looks like Lee Chamberlain would also like to respond to you.
Yeah, so when we were referring to e-bikes versus e-motorcycles, so the infractions, from my understanding, are primarily e-motorcycles, which you're referring to as e-bikes. Again, I want to emphasize, e-motorcycles are not e-bikes. They're not e-bicycles. So again, the speed limit is 28 miles an hour maximum, and you're not going to be doing a wheelie on e-bicycle. You're going to be doing a wheelie on an e-motorcycle because of the horsepower that the e-motorcycle has versus the e-bike, which is limited to 1 horsepower. These e-motorcycles exceed that, and that's what you're going to see going down the road on the rear wheel. Not an e-bicycle, it's an e-motorcycle, for clarity.
Thank you. And Member Cook, for your opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your presentation. This is really timely before we hear at my committee getting this preliminary presentation. Mr. Chamberlain, the e-motorcycles seem to be the problem. Are they mostly, to your knowledge, are they mostly sold locally, mail order? Are you familiar with the purchasing of those? You're doing mostly with the e-bikes. Are you familiar with the e-motorcycles as far as where they're coming from?
Yeah, different vendors are selling e-motorcycles, okay, as e-bikes here in Maui and the island of Hawaii, as well as Oahu and so on and so forth. So let's just say generally in Hawaii. Also, you can order them direct from China if you want, or you can order them direct from the mainland. The problem is typically the e-motorcycles also have batteries, which are much larger in capacity normally than an e-bicycle, okay? And there's shipping restrictions regards to that. And so I'm not sure how, so in my particular case, the e-bicycles had to be shipped separately in a separate fireproof container on the ship. So they had special handling requirements. And I'm sure that's possibly the case with e-motorcycles, and they would be worse in regards to the potential fire associated with them or danger of explosion and so on and so forth because of the capacity of the battery versus an e-bicycle.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, Chief, the citations, were those e-motorcycles? Are there citations on the bicycles too?
Correct. On both.
And so as far as the law enforcement, is there much of a clear definition between the two that you're having to deal with? Or is it, what I've seen is the kids doing wheelies, weaving in and out of traffic, driving at night without lights and dark clothes, just a lot of low young kid, dangerous stuff.
Yes.
I haven't really noticed e-bicycles, recognizing the difference, doing that.
A lot of it is the e-motorcycles, yes, that we're having issues with.
What type, when you write a citation, could you walk me through what happens with that? And is it a minor, so the parents get notified?
We've been, when we say a citation, yes. So we could cite the minor, we do contact the parent, we have the parent actually respond. When we arrest them, same thing. We arrest them, we take them to the station, we actually contact the courts. The courts will normally allow us to release to the parents. The parents need to respond to the station. Of course, we're counseling both, right? Reprimanding both. And that's usually the process on how these situations occur.
Thank you for that. I'll ask for suggestions of management from both legs.
Before I go to Member Rollins Fernandez, the interesting part to me of the presentation was that we don't have on our county website registration for e-bikes when it's supposed to be $30. So can we draft a letter to the County of Maui comms team to see about getting that added to the website? Okay, sorry. And Ms. Dias, did you have something you wanted to add there?
I wanted to make sure Councilmember Shane Sinclair was clarify to make sure that I understood his question was whether e-bikes and e-motorcycles, whether e-bikes can ride on the road. Did I misunderstand that? I want to make sure the e-bikes are like regular bikes, so they can ride on the road and on bike paths. Yeah. And e-motorcycles can be only ridden on the road and not on paths. So I just want to make sure that we didn't confuse you in any way.
And I see Mr. Chamberlain also would like to respond.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. Sorry, I forgot about mentioning that. But yes, the e-motorcycles are not allowed on the streets, okay? They're off-road vehicles designed for off-road riding exclusively. They're not designed, or they're not legal. They don't have lights. They don't have any required legality, licenses, or so on and so forth. They're not legal on the streets. The e-bicycles, however, are the same as bicycles. They can be ridden anywhere that bicycles are ridden, exclusive to maybe class 3 that might be a little bit different because the speed limit of 28 miles an hour versus 20 miles an hour. So those are two distinct things that need to be clarified. And so, again, bicycles can be ridden anywhere, e-bikes can be ridden anywhere that bicycles are. E-motorcycles, no, they're not allowed on streets.
Thank you. I think this is good because when we do craft legislation, we want to be sure we're using the correct terminology so that we're not enforcing something that is not the real problem. Member Rollins Fernandez, Mr. Chamberlain, you had something to add? Oh.
Trying to get rid of my
wrong button. Got it. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I don't have any questions at this time, but I appreciate all the information.
Thank you. Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I was a young risk taker once and riding wheelies and having funs. You know, I drank from the water fountain or water hose. Watch out, people. Anyways, I really want to try and maybe look at a different path than just legislation. And I know Lee did a really good event. Correct me if I'm wrong. You did a e-bike giveaway and safety gear giveaway for fire survivors. Is that correct? Did your organization do that?
Actually, we had an announcement. We had 362 people wanting bikes, and our funding is only going to accommodate 30 as we speak. We are finalizing that. And so you will see in the news the 30 bikes recipient will be announced, and we would have education and giving the e-bikes. Yes.
I think that's the nugget, is that you're educating them, you're teaching them. And I assume you're also giving out helmets with the bike?
Yes.
All the safety gear?
We are giving them safety gear, and also maintenance certificate for a year that they can go to a bike shop and get maintenance for safety and helmet and lights. Yes.
See, I like that better than it's a much more personal touch and experience the kids have, the experience of going there and meeting, than just having the government saying no can, which, of course, then we have the police officers come in, confiscating bikes, getting a record, getting arrested, all those things. Heavy hand or light touch. For me, I would prefer a bit of a lighter touch. That's just where I'm coming from. But I see Mr. Chamberlain's hands up, so Chair, if you...
Mr. Chamberlain, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I just wanted to add that the fact that when I ran and owned Ride Smart Maui, part of the special service that we provided there was where we were located in Kanapali. We had a great area for people to go ahead and try to, I would give a class relative to operation of the e-bike before anybody rented the e-bike, okay? And then I would require them to go ahead and show me that they actually heard and were doing what I told them they should do, okay? And so the e-bike is perhaps a little more complicated by the fact that, first of all, the bicycles that I had gears, okay? So it had a gear system on it, like a regular bicycle, and then it had pedal assist. And those were 5 levels of assistance that could be applied to the bicycle. And I made sure that everybody understood that these aren't motorcycles, these are bicycles that have pedal assist. And so you will use your 5 levels assist to overcome the hills that you're trying to ride up or the wind that is pounding you in the face or whatever. But I spent the whole, we routinely did that with everybody that ran an e-bike. And so I would recommend that for every other distributor.
My time's up. I'll wait for a second round.
No, you can go on.
All right, thanks. Ms. Saman, you mentioned something really fascinating. You had a lot of people wanting to get those free e-bikes and take that class up. I'm curious if you'd offer that to neighbor islands, Lanai, Molokai. I'm sure, like Lanai especially, we're a mile-long town. Like, they really like the walkability, the multimodal. I think it would be an ideal program, maybe working with county together. We could come up with a program like that and do the e-bike giveaway with some training classes. Because I get community over here on Lanai saying the kids are riding a little too fast. You know, they need a little safety class, maybe something like that, if you're interested.
Oh, totally interested. And that actually reminded me of following up with our parent chapter is a Hawaii Bicycling League. I believe they got some funding to do education from DOT, Department of Transportation, the Hawaii HDOT. And they have created some wonderful materials. And they haven't yet come to Maui for the training, but we have had discussions. So I will, with this e-bike giveaway, it will become, they will be here offering the training because some of the funding come from them as well. But yes, we are very well aware of the need and we would love to help any island. In fact, not e-bikes, but we are reached out to one of the schools in Molokai and we are going to be giving 20 bikes for children, not e-bikes, regular bikes.
See, I was just going to bring up the fact that maybe include Councilmember Rollins Fernandez in this so that neighbor islands, you know, in the county, Lanai and Molokai could get in on some of this. And it sounds like you're one step ahead of me. So, okay, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for that extra time.
Sure thing. Chair Lee, the instigator.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for bringing this matter up. Thank you also to Member Cook, who will be taking it up to take on some serious legislation. As you know, I asked you to schedule this is because I've been getting more and more complaints actually about people getting hurt, bikes being stolen, and so forth. I'd be happy to give all of you a demonstration of how an e-bike works. I've had one for 2 years. I think I'm the only person who paid for registration. People don't realize that when you buy one of these e-bikes, first of all, you have to get the signature of the vendor. So if you buy it at Costco, the manager has to sign off. And I was the first person he signed off on. He sold probably 1,000 of these things, but I was the first person that asked for a signature. So anyway, and that's a true story. We're concerned about, especially in our area, there are a lot of subdivisions, Maui Lani, the Parkway, Onehe'e Street, some of the subdivisions in Kahului. These kids take some real chances with the wheelies, and I swear they're doing it on e-bicycles, not the motorcycles. because they're too young, I think, to be owning motorcycles. I'm glad the police are on it. I don't see this happening as much as I used to, and I'm thinking that the police presence is probably a good sign for prevention. But I also believe that education would be helpful, and giving them incentives, such as winning a bike or whatever. I think social media, they follow social media. I think that's where we need to advertise. And then the vendors need to also take on their responsibility of giving instructions when they sell the vehicles. Representative Tyson Miyake is going to be introducing legislation in the upcoming session. So I'm sure that Mr. Cook and I will be working closely with him to see if we can get some really positive legislation that will help everybody, have a good time, but a safe time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So if there was any question, Charlie is legit. If you see her riding her e-bike around town or in the parking lot, she's legit.
Doing wheelies.
Doing wheelies. Member Sugimura?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. The ordinance that will be heard in Y is an ordinance that Peter Hanano and my staff put together, so I look forward to that. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Member Batangan?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lee and Saman, for the presentation. I noticed, okay, so we were very clear on what constitutes an e-bike versus an e-motorcycle. And you went into a lot of detail on the regulations that are put on the e-bikes. But most of the issues that we see are from the vehicles that are not street legal, the e-motorcycles, the electric unicycles, those hoverboards. Do you have any recommendations for legislative improvements to address those vehicles that are more problematic?
I think they're already not legal to ride on the streets.
Correct. So we see an enforcement problem. I'm not trying to blame MPD. I just acknowledge that there are a lot of people ignoring the laws. But is there anything on the legislative side that you would recommend for those vehicles?
And is that a question for Mr. Chamberlain?
Yeah. So if it's an idea like we require, I don't know, people. Right? So Chair Lee mentioned that if you buy an e-bike, the seller has to sign off or something to that effect.
For the registration.
Right. Something to that same effect for an e-motorcycle, or, I don't know, some kind of penalty for non-registration, or a requirement that there be some kind of disclaimer or educational opportunity at the purchase. Because I imagine a lot of parents are buying these for the kids. It's not the kids buying them for themselves,
Yeah,
right?
my
So it's
kid
an
wanted a
opportunity to.
Sur-on and told me it was an e-bike, but apparently it's an e-motorcycle. And
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't get it.
Right, so
for
are
him.
there anything like that that you would recommend that the council consider?
Yes, thank you. My recommendations is to follow what I outlined there as far as California goes. Relative to the devices outside of the e-bikes and e-motorcycles, I don't really have any good recommendations. As you saw in the chart, there is mopeds, right, that are listed there, but they're supposed to be limited to 2 horsepower. And I know that there's a lot of mopeds out there. I don't think there's any of them that are 2 horsepower. And so, again, the rules and regulations don't necessarily apply to what is going on out there. And then rules and regulations need to be updated. And but in regards to specifics that I can possibly make recommendations, which I already have, I would highly recommend following the what I outlined there in California, and that is to have clear labeling. Regards to the throttle application, which is where you get into problems, and there's a confusion associated with that. is the throttles are only going to be operated in Class 2 e-bikes. Now, there's no pedal assist, so it's either the throttle only, which is limited to 20 miles an hour in California. They've taken away the pedal assist. What's happened in the past is that there's systems that allow the e-bike operator to go ahead and, with the throttle, operate the bike up to 20 miles per hour, but then the throttle cuts out and he can continue to operate the bicycle under power up to 28 miles per hour in a specific. But that's confusing make a lot of confusion. But anyway, the recommendations in regards to California are what my first recommendations would be. All clear labeling on everything in regards to the bikes and holding, everybody responsible for registration and the education and so on and so forth, and making the parents responsible for any violations as well as the children that are violation.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask one more question? I heard the buzzer.
Sure.
So for MPD, is there anything that we could do to help with your ability to enforce or to keep our streets safer?
I like that legislation in California regarding having the parents be liable.
Thank you.
Ms. Dias?
You're muted.
Sorry. I'd like to echo the same. I think the parents' responsibility is really important because they're the ones who's giving the money to buy these bikes, and they're not getting registered. Costco is a very good example for that. And the children are not wearing, they're really young kids that I see near the schools, and they're not wearing the helmet. And that's just tragic. And I know in Oahu, we haven't had here on Maui that many accidents that I have noticed, but I could be wrong. But there have been a lot in Oahu and relevant to e-bikes and children and not wearing the helmet. So I think parents will be thinking twice if they are going to be responsible and accountable. So when we are writing a bill, making the parent responsible, I think would be really a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that satisfy your answer? I just had Mr. Chamberlain?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. For the assistant chief, I know that in the past you have supported bicycle patrol and that, and in the past I've tried to go ahead and encourage your adoption of e-bikes as far as your bicycles, okay? And I know that hasn't been accepted, and I think it would make a big difference relative to your bike patrols being able to patrol on e-bikes if that's still part of your policies and so on and so forth. But I think I know that they came out for the Ride of Silence. You have members there during the Ride of Silence, but they weren't able to go as far and as fast as regular bicyclists could, believe it or not. So they only made it part way on the ride, and then we came back and picked them up. But I'm talking about regular bicyclists far exceeding what their abilities were on their bicycles. So I would highly recommend that perhaps you look into buying some e-bikes for your bicycle patrollers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we are looking into purchasing e-bikes for our patrol, bike patrol.
Thank you. My question is just a curiosity question. What happens to the e-motorcycles when they get seized?
They're just stored in evidence.
Oh. And is it seized because you found that they were being operated on the road, which is not allowed, or what was the specific how does a e-motorcycle get seized?
Because of the criminal offenses that was observed.
Okay. Mr. Chamberlain, did you have your hand up from last time, or is that a new hand up? Oh, from last time.
Yeah, sorry, thanks.
Member Cook?
My question's for Corp Counsel. Do we need to legislate that parents are responsible for their children?
I think if you're gonna pass a statute or something, you need to identify who's gonna be culpable. So I think, yeah, the answer is probably yes. In terms of civil liability, maybe not.
Reinforcing the fact that we're responsible for our children when they're underage.
Member Sinensi, followed by Member Johnson.
For Assistant Chief, the arrests were for reckless driving, or most of the arrests, what was the charge? You mentioned criminal.
They were for a number of things, but yes, reckless driving was one of the priorities, one of the major ones.
Okay.
Yes.
Any others that they were cited?
Driving without a license.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Thank you.
Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Your question was my second round. I was going to ask that about is the bikes and the motorcycle, e-bikes and e-motorcycles. Is it under the forfeiture seizure law? And do you guys take them to auction? What do? You said they're sitting in the evidence room, but for how long? Are they eventually going to be auctioned off?
We could auction them off, but currently they sit in there until the case is closed.
Right.
Yes.
Then after, what happens?
Oftentimes it could be released, just depending on what the courts say.
Giving it back to the owner?
It would be released back to the parent.
Okay.
Yes.
That's my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, we do have one more item, and the presenter or the requester for that is online. So if there are no objections, the chair will defer this item. Thank you. So our last item, DRIP 9.8, strengthening public safety through technology, was requested by a well-known participator in our process, Kai Nishiki. Under Rule 7B of the Rules of the Council, the committee intends to discuss strengthening public safety through technology with the Department of Police. The committee may discuss matters relating to strengthening public safety through technology with the Department of Police. The discussion may include methods to detect, deter, and prevent potential criminal activities and tools to enhance the quality of criminal investigations. The committee may also discuss other related matters. No legislative action will be taken. This item was requested by Ms. Nishiki because of concerns of crime in the county. This discussion will hopefully find ways to leverage technology to deter crime and enhance criminal investigations to support police officers and protect residents and visitors. So if there are any opening comments or presentation from Assistant Chief Medeiros or our Corp Counsel, now would be the time.
So for strengthening public safety through technology, we are committed to strengthening public safety by enhancing technology, which would improve, prevention, response, and investigation in ways that serve and protect our community, but also reflect 21st century policing, right? The 21st century policing, as we know, the idea came from it grew out of rising public concern, involving whether it's police use of force, racial biases, and just the strain between police and communities. And that was after several high-profile police incidences. So in response to that, in 2014, the president created a task force that focused on 21st century policing. And in 2015, they released their report. And in that report, their goal was to strengthen trust between police and communities while improving public safety, right? And it really does emphasize 6 pillars, and those 6 pillars are the foundational support for the framework of 21st century policing. And if you remove one, it doesn't really do what it's intended. Overall, it is about modernizing policing to be more accountable, effective, really community-centered, rather than just enforcement focused, to really come together with all those aspects to create safer communities, and so we focus on the pillar of technology. And historically, law enforcement may have seemed that they weren't open to technology. We've always been slow to implement it, and oftentimes it's not because we don't want it. Oftentimes funding is really in the way, But, for us, we are very forward thinking here in Maui County. We are very blessed, to be provided funding. And since 2017, we've implemented body-worn cameras. We've also implemented our virtual simulator, which actually enhances our training regarding de-escalation, critical thinking, and use of force scenarios. We were the first in the state, to implement e-citations, along with the first in the state to implement e-warrants. We now have the ability to do rapid DNA testing, and we will be the first in the state to establish our own toxicology lab. And I say this because in our near future, what we are moving to is our real-time operations center. And it'll be implemented as a pilot, as a part-time, because unfortunately to run it full-time, we need personnel, right? We need manpower. And that center will allow us to just bring in data, right, that allows us to monitor and analyze that data, whether it's body-worn camera video, whether it's, our license plate reader information, our crime data, our 911 data, GPS coordinates, and it really is there to provide immediate intelligence, to us. And it just gives us a faster way to make decisions, for officer safety reasons, and just coordinate our responses. That's in the near future. And then we move on to really our aviation and unmanned systems, which is our drones. Aviation, we're so thankful for Hekili, right? It does help us with fire suppression. It helps us transport, especially to our outside districts, our personnel and our equipment needed expeditiously, right? Rather than having to catch the ferry or make flights to get us there. And of course, now it gives us the capabilities of doing search, rescue, recovery, surveillance missions, and our drone program has just expanded, right? With having drones in all 6 districts, with whether it's thermal or tactical capabilities, and we're looking to expand that to having drones as a first responder. We technically have 5 right now. We just haven't implemented. And what that is really having a drone respond within a minute or less before police can even get there. To give us eyes on the scene so that we're able to better critical think through what we're actually going to address when we get there, or even give us information should, for example, if the offender is fleeing, we know the direction, we can move our resources into that direction while we respond to the scene. So, policing needs technology, in order to be able to better serve our community. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, there are some cameras on Front Street that some of our residents wanted access to, and I guess Mr. Blake Takayama upstairs was the one that had access to it, but they're specifically licensed reader cameras. Does the department have those licensed reader cameras too, or is it just the 9th floor because of, the opening up of the burn zone and stuff? Is that you folks as well?
I would have to check on that, if that is part of our real-time operations center cameras, yes.
Okay. So Corporation Counsel? No, nothing? Okay, we can open it up for public testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Our first testifier is Kai Nishiki on Teams.
Aloha, Chair and committee members. Thank you so much for taking up this item on the agenda. And I think from the community perspective, public health and safety has really been compromised. And I think a lot of it has to do, and there's a lot of impacts. I mean, when all of our residents are consistently having their vehicles stolen, and our residents are already kind of like living paycheck to paycheck, a stolen vehicle often leads to, you know, losing your job or housing instability and even further hardship. And I had reached out to Maui Police Department to discuss this issue and also focus on a solution, which is relying on technology, because we know there's ongoing personnel shortages and recruiting, and also that the county administration, all of the departments, could also benefit from having light and camera towers like have been deployed in many places on Oahu. And it is proven that it deters car theft in these high crime hotspots. And so I think it would be valuable to know, does MPD have these camera and light towers, and can Maui County administration utilize them, you know, say for like parks or land management, MEMA, you know, to deter trespassing on county properties, because that's where a lot of the fires start. That's where a lot of unauthorized dumping and abandoned vehicles end up. And so it would be really good to understand if these are shared resources or if this is only for MPD use. And then if the county, if it's not shared use between, you know, like say Parks Department is having lots of issues with trespassing and they want to have access to some camera and light towers, how can that happen? And if there isn't shared resources, perhaps the county could consider putting this in their upcoming budget. And it would also be important to see how integrated all of the camera systems are with the no chase policy. I think it's really emboldened criminals in Maui County to just do whatever they want. You see on all of the Facebook groups, people are posting that their vehicles have been stolen from this parking lot or that parking lot, and they're relying on community members to, like, you know, be the eyes and ears, and a lot of people recover their vehicles on their own. So I think that it would be advantageous for there to be expanded technology that could be used for enforcement in many ways. Thank you.
Members, any questions for the testifier? Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Ms. Nishiki. This is really interesting. I think I agree. And cameras, noise meters, drones. How do you think the community is receptive or opposed to the proposal? I'm just saying, I mean, police state, Big Brother, and I'm just saying I'm real supportive of it, but I recognize there's been because I think MPD is awesome, and I trust them, and I think that our community is tight-knit and needs that. I'm just wondering, like, constitutionally and legally, if there's any big challenges, and what your response, I'm asking you, what kind of feedback have you gotten from the community? That's my clarifying question.
We can't hear you, Kai, because you got to unmute yourself.
So sorry. I'm not an attorney, so I'll leave, all of those legal questions to Corporation Counsel or something. But from the community perspective, some folks absolutely are concerned about, Big Brother and police state. Me personally, I say, hey, I'm not doing anything wrong, so watch me all you like. I mean, I would rather live in a community and a society that values public health and safety and look at technology as a good partner in helping us to keep our community safe. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows someone who's had their car stolen, and just how impactful that one act is, and so I think sometimes that we must sacrifice personal feelings for living in a society with rules and laws and enforcement.
Thank you.
That if we value a society that is safe for our people to just go in the grocery store and leave your car, then we should welcome this.
Thank you.
Members, any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we'll open it up for a round of questions if members don't mind. If I go first.
Chair.
Oh,
Can we just close public testimony?
sorry. Is there any other testifiers wanting to testify?
That's all the individuals signed up, so I'll just do a last call. If anyone else would like to testify, please come to the podium or raise your hands. The count is 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one has indicated that they wish to testify.
Members, any objections if I close public testimony and accept any written testimony into the record at this time? Thanks. And if you guys don't mind, I have a burning question, if I can go first. So my burning question is the drones, and we're not sure if you have the plate reader technology and things like that, but there was a huge, massive cleanup of Ukumehame where they removed 13 tons of EV batteries, developed this brand new method. I forget how many abandoned vehicles, and it was just a very big cleanup. Now, the area north of Cut Mountain, also county-owned land, has become the new chop shop. And, I didn't go in there to report every single abandoned vehicle because I'm not sure that's safe for me as just a individual to because when you report on C-Click Fix the abandoned vehicle, they want to know the colors, the makes, the license, the VIN, and I just want to say, there's 20, go have at it. I'm not going to go in there and do it, record the VIN numbers, but obviously these cars are not working because they're upside down, they're on the side. There's 4 or 5 entrances into this new area. And I know how much money we spent on the old area. This new area is it's not closer to where people live in Ukumehame, but it's close to where people live in Laniapoko. So if a fire were to start there from batteries or what, do you guys, in that situation, would you physically go in and report each abandoned vehicle, or would you use the drone to record the make and model? Is it your suggestion that me as the area representative take notes and then submit the C-Click Fix because it's county lands? I'm not sure how to address it and if technology has a role there. And I don't know, maybe some of our neighbors' cars that got stolen are there.
No, so we would definitely have our Lahaina community police officers go out there, but we actually have to go and physically check every single vehicle.
Oh,
just
there's
to
no
check
technology kind of thing?
No, because sometimes we actually have to search for the VIN, right? We have to locate that to be able to make sure that we check that the vehicle isn't stolen, it wasn't used in a crime, before we actually abandon it and remove it from the area.
is it on your Lahaina community policing radar?
No, they will go out there.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Because not every time I drive the old Highway 30, most times the bypass. And so just the few times, last times I drove that way, I was like, oh my goodness, here's an entrance and there's some trashed cars. Here's another entrance. There's some more trash cars. There's another entrance. There's some more trash cars. And it's getting to be like Ukumehame, even faster than it took for Ukumehame to get where it is. I don't know that there's people living in there because there's Cut Mountain just south of there. But there's a lot of abandoned or trashed vehicles, and I'm not sure if they're stolen or what, but it's not an area that where that used to be because there was Ukumehame, and so it popped up fairly new, but it seems pretty established already.
No, we'll make sure we go out there and check and get that done. Yes.
Shucks, I wish there was some technology there that could help you, but okay,
And
old-fashioned.
then your question earlier regarding the cameras on Front Street, that's not ours.
Oh, that's not. So that must be part of the mayor's technology. But so they haven't coordinated with you guys at all either.
They may have. I would have to check if they did, yes. But
Yeah,
that isn't in our inventory. That's the
the
only thing.
constituent that reached out to me about probably stolen e-motorcycles from their burnt down property shed did check with the police, and the police had no knowledge of it. So I'm assuming, but it might be helpful for you guys to coordinate, because I mean, the first place she checked was the police, and then at the end of 2 weeks, I think she got in touch with Blake Takayama upstairs, and that camera wouldn't help her retrieve her e-motorcycles or whatever because it only reads license plates, and that I guess the e-motorcycles are not street legal, and so they didn't have license plates, and so it didn't help her cause in figuring out who stole her e-motorcycles from her burnt down property. But it might be cool to coordinate technology, like just throwing it out there. Okay, that was my opportunity. I'll start with Mr. Batangan and go to the left, my left, your right.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions.
Okay. Charlie? Oh, she's not here. Member Johnson?
Okay, I understand we're at the end of the meeting, so Chief, if you don't, if I get the answer, I'll just move right on, okay? So as far as the body cams that everyone's wearing, are they on all the time?
As soon as they leave the station, yes, they're on.
Okay, thank you for that.
They're not recording, but they're on. Yes.
What does
So
that
they're
mean?
powered on, which means they're in a buffering mode. When they make contact with somebody or when they're assigned a case, then they turn it on.
Okay.
Yes.
And that happens all the time?
Yes.
There's no one forgetting to turn it on?
We still have those issues.
Okay.
Yes.
As far as your drones, what's on them? Cameras, infrared cameras, or is there a speaker? Can it carry a load? Is it just the camera, or what's attached to the drones?
I want to say we have different drones. I don't know a lot of the specifics, but I do know we have drones that are specific to thermal, right? They only detect thermal images.
Right.
And then we also have tactical. And when I say tactical, those are the ones that can actually live stream. You can zoom, right? They give you GPS coordinated mapping. Yes.
Great, thank you for that. You know, all the drug testing when you guys do, when you pull somebody over, do field sobriety, I understand the alcohol testing, you can do it right then and there. But the other drugs, right? Can you test someone that you might think is on drugs besides alcohol and have an immediate test? Or is it like, let's start with that. Are the tests, if you test them for narcotics, does it come back immediately? Like, can you do just like alcohol tests?
We do have tests at the station that can test our drugs to show a positive reaction, yes.
So you got to take them back to the station. You can't do a field sobriety except for only alcohol?
They do field sobriety regarding drugs, yes, but they're not testing the actual drug in the field.
So there's no tech that can do that now?
Not in the field.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. The last question is, you know, the idea of transparency and the public trying to get information from like a freedom of information request, a lot of times it's a big burden and it's very expensive. Can technology make it easier for the public to access any freedom of information documents that they want to get from you guys?
Normally, when we do have those requests, we actually have to file it through our process, which is through Corporation Counsel, to be able to confirm that we are able to release that information.
Okay, I had heard there was a really high price to do those kinds of things, and one of it was like we're still doing old school pen and papers and that kind of thing. Is that, am I misinformed? Is that not correct? Or is that you guys have a long process going through Corporation Counsel and that adds to the cost and time, or is that not how it is?
Usually the cost increase depending on the amount of time it takes for us to actually locate the information. Okay. Yes. You know, and oftentimes nowadays, people requesting whether it's body worn camera video, we have the technology to have to do redactions based on the information that we can release, but that again still takes time because it still needs to be reviewed.
All right, those are my questions. Thanks so much, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
I have no questions.
Member Rollins Fernandez?
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo for being with us, Assistant Chief Medeiros. Okay, so I guess similar to what Member Cook mentioned in his question to Ms. Nishiki earlier, promoting public safety without becoming a surveillance state is quite a balance. And, you know, especially with all the software technology, I mean, even social media and Dodge taking all the IRS information and having all this data on us just to, yeah, it's a lot. But what I'm hearing is the technology that we're using is more equipment, drones, cameras. When the data, I guess, okay, my first question is about education and outreach, about the different strategies that MPD is using. I guess because MPD has such great leadership, you know, there's a level of trust that we know that, you know, that power over the community won't be abused, particularly in the way that it's being abused with ICE and Border Patrol in other places right now. And so in ramping up surveillance, what are some strategies the department is using to educate and receive feedback from the community on these different strategies?
You know, honestly, I think that's actually where we're lacking. We actually need to have more education, you know, and a lot of it could be done through, you know, whether it's talk story sessions or community meetings, which we often do go to. And I think that would be a perfect place to actually share these strategies that we are implementing with the department.
Mahalo for that response. I really appreciate that because, you know, I know Member Cook asked Ms. Nishiki earlier, you know, what is she hearing from the community if this is something that is supported? But, you know, it's not her responsibility to do that. It's the county's responsibility to do that work if that's the things that we're going to be doing. So I appreciate that response in taking on, you know, being willing to, you know, create more opportunities to receive feedback and to provide that, you know, education and transparency on what our county government, MPD is doing. And then that way it doesn't, you know, it doesn't feel like an infringement or invasion of privacy. because that's part of that trade-off, right? Being surveilled in that way is giving up, a level of privacy. And I guess this isn't under MPD's responsibility, but the more effective way to prevent crime is for there to be a better quality of life, for things to be affordable, for education to be obtainable and affordable, housing, good jobs, so that people have stability and aren't committing crimes. Like, these are really more effective than being surveilled and having all this type of enforcement. Crime prevention in that way is what I support, but that's not what we're talking about here. And here, I'm appreciative of your response, Assistant Chief.
Thank you, Member Cook.
Thank you. My question, during the firework issue, was drones an asset to help identify where some of the aerial fireworks were going off?
No, I don't believe we had any drones out that night. Yes.
Seems like a good use for them. Is there a difference between, like, an intersection? Can you have a traffic camera that observes the intersection, or is it just right now for light plate reader?
What we currently have is a license plate reader. So really, all it is taking is an image of the license plate and the image of the vehicle.
Is that a legal restriction that you're operating under, or is that the technology that you deemed as works best right now for what you're trying to do?
Right now, that's the technology that is working best for what we're trying to do. We've been able to locate vehicles, obviously a number of stolen vehicles, vehicles that have been used in crimes, whether it's from, a robbery to a murder, to just theft. So it is actually working because it's able to give us a timestamp of what direction, we've actually seen the vehicle go in, which obviously it takes us then to follow through and follow up on that.
To your knowledge, is there devices that you could have at intersections that would measure sound for cars that are like blasting sound, there's legal limits for sound. And one thing that I've heard a lot of complaints lately is motorcycles and cars or trucks that are, well, and for me, I'm sitting at an intersection, a guy pulls up next to me, my windows are going, and like, hey, bro, I'll buy you headphones. But is there a device that the police could use for that, to your knowledge?
I'm pretty sure there is, but I know we do not have any of those, yes.
Thanks. And we will invite you to our town hall soon in Kihei that we can have that public information pertaining to the technology, your plans. That would be good. In my district, high transient population, it's a really diverse community and it's a really long, narrow community. A lot of people have been asking about how we can get more MPD presence. And that's where it seems like in the parks and a lot of public places, this technology could really help you and help us achieve that public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Sinenci?
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, are you Member Cook mentioned some parks, Ms. Nishiki mentioned some parking lots. Are you using data to direct where you you're using the technology?
Currently, the way technology-wise, what we do is we actually do crime data, right? We use the crime data to be able to enforce in certain areas that may become hotspots. As for the cameras and stuff, we don't have cameras in the parks or, parking lots. I do believe those cameras may be part of the county, but it's not part of ours. We really only have the license plate readers right now.
Oh, okay. Yes. And then do we anticipate a budget as we go into budget? We'll see some of the technology that the department might be purchasing in your budget proposal?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And I believe there may be different or other types of technology also in that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, members, I'm hoping there's no more burning questions because it's 4:20. Oh, that didn't come out well. We did receive the updated version of the thing, so presentation on bike safety. It's in your Granicus, and if there's no objections, the chair will defer this item.
Objection.
And we would like to thank all of our resources for their wide breadth of knowledge and sharing it with us. This concludes today's Disaster Recovery, International Affairs, and Planning Committee meeting. Thank you very much, everyone. The time is now still 4:20. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair, for a very